Bisikleta. Damn. All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Harlingen City Commission workshop. The time is now 5:44 p.m. We'll call this meeting to order. It has been posted as required by state law. We do have a quorum of the City Commission. We do have Commissioner Morales on Zoom from District 4. For the record, District 1, Commissioner Gomez is absent. The rest are present in the chambers. At this time, I'll ask for everyone to please.
Oh, I'm doing the invocation. Yes, absolutely.
Please stand as Commissioner Lopez leads us in our invocation.
Dear Lord, please help us have a quick and efficient meeting. Help us be smart with people's money and do the best we can with the projects we have. Amen.
Amen.
Now the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mark?
Under state law, a conflict of interest exists if a commission member or certain members of that person's family has a qualifying financial interest in an agenda item. Members with a conflict of interest cannot participate in the discussion or vote on the agenda item. Are there any known conflicts of interest to disclose at this time?
Commissioner? None.
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 All right, moving forward. I believe we have no one signed up for citizen communication. Okay. Moving on to item 4, discussion of the proposed City of Harlingen budget for fiscal year 2026 to 2027. And we've got Robert.
Before you start, Robert, Mayor, members of the commission, thank you for being here today. This is the start of our budget workshop. This is budget workshop number 1. Last budget year, we had 5 workshop sessions. We had a really robust year last year, lots of excess revenue. This year, it's shaping up to be just slightly different. Our revenues are tighter than normal. So I don't think we're going to be needing 5 workshops this budget year. I'm hoping that we can be done with 2, maybe 3 at the most. So the handout that we just gave you is almost identical to the one that was sent to your iPads. We did make one change to the budget. We had a dollar amount into the police for CBA. We took that number out because it was just a placeholder for now. We don't have anything, so what you're going to see is a budget that's presented without any increase for the police department. And we're going to talk about several options, the tax rate, and then after that, we'll get into the detail, maybe today or Monday, on what the tax rate you would like to see is, and then any projects that you want funded with the excess revenue that we have. Robert?
Thank you, Gabe.
So this will be very preliminary because you will have
Yes.
hopefully something from the CBA. So
Some of the members were out of town this week, so we're not meeting at all this week. So we are going to be meeting on Tuesday, which would be after our second budget workshop.
okay.
Hello? Okay, everything went. All right. Okay, so yes, we're going to be meeting with the Police Officers Association on Tuesday. And what I'll do is, if they give me a number, I'll call each and every one of you to let you know what that number is.
Okay.
And Robert?
Ready? Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and staff. Thank you for attending the first workshop, the budget workshop. If we turn to page 1, we have calculated our no new revenue tax rate and our voter approval tax rate, which has been submitted to Cameron County. They've reviewed it, they've approved it, and I've sent the signed copy to them. So if you look at the first column on page 2, our no new revenue tax rate is 0.505656 per 100. Our voter approval rate is 0.568333 per 100. and our current rate is 0.526060. So the top line indicates the certified totals that we received from the appraisal district. The second line indicates the total tax rate. And then we have a breakdown of the M&O and the INS allocations. And so if we calculate a 98% collection rate, the revenue items are on the bottom three. So it'll be the total revenue, the INS collections, and the M&O collections on the bottom. So depending on the tax rate that we adopt, those would be the revenue amounts that we would adopt based on the tax rate. So on the first page, we do have a proposed rate of dropping the tax rate to 0.525060 per 100, which would be like a tenth of a cent. On the next page, they are other.
Robert, before you go on.
Sure.
This year for the calculation, there was an adjustment made by it was the appraisal district that accounted for expenditures made in the floods last year.
Right, the disaster. So anytime we have a disaster, it's included in the calculation of the tax rate. So that is included, and that's where it gets us to the voter approval rate.
And that's why the voter approval rate is almost 4 cents higher than the current rate. And that represents the highest rate that we can adopt without going to the voters.
So if I could have some clarification, is, given the voter approval rate is 0.56?
The voter approval rate is 0.568333.
Yes, that's
And-
correct.
and
That's the
so
highest we can go.
That's the highest rate without obviously going to the voters, and that represents a 3.5% increase?
That includes a 3.5% increase.
Okay. Not anything higher than that?
No, we're not allowed to go higher than 3.5.
And if you were to, then what happens?
They would send it back from the county. So like when we prepare this calculation, we have to send it to the county tax assessor collector. They review it, and then they send it back, and we have to be in agreement with their number and our number. And so if it's higher, they'll send it back, and they say, no, you're wrong. You have to do it a certain way.
And this is what you do every year?
Every year, we calculate the same way.
So for the last several years, since 2018, I believe, when that changed to cap the 3.5%,
Yes.
the city of Harlingen has never gone above the 3.5%?
No, never. We are actually required to use state templates that show us how to calculate the calculation.
Okay.
And so that template embeds the 3.5, so it won't let you go higher than the 3.5.
Okay, just important information for those that
Yes.
are tuning in at home, because I'm sure after this workshop, there'll be lots of information out there. I want to make sure
Right.
they have accurate information from you and
Yes.
what cities can and cannot do
Right.
under state law.
And so
Okay,
just to be clear, that like when we do the calculation here, the county reviews it and it's submitted, and then it's also submitted further on to the state because we have to submit our
multiple
tax rate.
layers of
Yeah.
verification.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Robert, we submitted to the comptroller's office,
Yes.
and then they reviewed also to make sure that it's within the guidelines,
Yes, we submitted through the Truth and Taxation
right?
websites. Yeah.
And then if we are above the 3.5, they have to see proof that we did go out to the voters.
Yes, actually, like on the new forms that we have to submit a link, a workable link, where they can go in and see all of the backup for how we came up with our numbers, that it's required.
Great, thank you.
Yes. So the first page is just basically the NONI revenue rate, the voter approval rate, the current rate if we were to keep it as is, and what that revenue would generate, and then just a proposed 1/10 of a cent drop in the rate. The next page would be if we were to increase 1 cent, 2 cent, and 3 cent, and what those results of the revenue would result from that increase.
Can you advance the slide also to match
Oh,
the
sure.
page that you're on? You're on page 3.
So that is page 3. So if we were to increase it by 1 cent, 2 cent, and 3 cent, this would be the revenue that would generate based on a 98% collection rate. So at 1 cent, we would collect 30,125,989. At 2 cents, we would collect 30,687,979. And at 3 cents, it would be at 31,249,968. And these are still, would still be below the 3.5%. So if you look at the previous page, what we're proposing is a 29,507 in tax rate, or which is 0.525060.
So the voter approval rate would be 31,000? I mean,
The-
31,000, sorry. 31,939? Am I
Yes, the
reading it
voter
right?
approval rate would be 31,939,000.
Okay.
And so all of the other ones would, of course, be below that, because that would be our ceiling, that we could go up at the max of the 3.5% increase.
And Mayor, just,
Did that change? Did the,
isn't it-
okay.
isn't
You
that why-
switched the, can you go back one?
Sure.
that's based on a taxable value, valuation of $5.7 billion.
Right. Okay, thank you.
So those are the first two rates, deal with the tax rate. So we just look, of course, for direction to see what that tax rate will be set at. And then the next slide is estimations of what it would be based on those cents. So the first column is what this budget is prepared on, is a decrease of 1/10 of a cent. And so that would generate $2,069,748 in revenues over expenditures. If we were to go up 1 cent, it would generate $2,687,936. If we were to go up 2 cents, it would generate $3,249,925, and so on. The next one would generate $3,811,914, and the voter approval rate would generate $4,501,643, and that's the ceiling that by law, we're legally allowed to go up to before we go out for an election.
And just as a reminder, the revenue over expenditures does not include anything for the police CBA. So we would still have to deduct it out. We have entered in the difference in the health insurance, so that has already been factored in, so that's taken care of. And so again, the only component that's missing right now is for the police CBA.
But that's going to be a substantial amount.
Right.
It-
So
well,
you'd have to decrease it from.
The dollar amount that it was that they submitted and requested was 1.1 million.
Which would be half of,
Yes. It would wipe out half the revenue if we stick with the first column.
so that's what I want, just for the commission. Obviously, the commission, I think, is aware, but also the community, that these are not real numbers, because at some point, we're going to have compensate our officers, and we need to, that needs to be reflected in the real numbers.
And we should have that, well, we should have a number Tuesday
Okay.
of next week.
And Robert, you don't have a column for if we stayed the same?
It's,
Yeah.
Or which one is it?
I did not put a column on here. It would stay the same, but it would be about,
It would be about column number 1, Commissioner, it would be that.
if we stayed the same, it would be, see the difference between those two last columns? That's how much, the 26,027,684
It would be
compared to the
more.
25,971.
Because it's a 1/10 of a cent.
Yeah. So every cent accounts for approximately 561,989. So every cent that we go up will increase our revenue by $561,000 at 98% collection rate.
Robert, excuse me, it's the last two columns. That's what Dana just asked.
Yeah,
Commissioner
so-
Bettis, if we stay the same, it would be the last two columns?
Yeah, so
Right
if
close
we
to
stay
right
the
there?
same, our current rate is 5,26060, so this is the revenue that we would collect, right?
Okay.
And 26 million of that would go to our M&O because our INS is where we pay our debt, and that's set by law because we have to repay our debt service, right? So the only component that's why these numbers always stay the same on the INS, because we got to pay our debt. But the number that changes anytime we change the calculation is what goes into the M&O, which funds our general fund, right? And so this would be the difference between 26,027,684 and 25,971,485. That's the impact that it would have on the budget in the next slide of the .001.
Thank you.
So could we have the actual number for
I
that?
can calculate
Just
that real
real-
quick. So if we were to stay with the same rate that we have right now, it would generate an additional 56,199 compared to decreasing it by 1/10%.
56,000?
56,000.
You want to continue with the presentation? So any questions on this particular slide with the different presentations on the tax rates? Okay.
So that would be the revenue that it would generate on the revenues under expenditures, depending on the rate that we pick. The next few slides are items that were requested by departments that have not yet been funded because we are looking for direction on how to move forward based on our tax rate. So starting with the general fund, we have the different departments listed out and the items that they are requesting. So, and the city managers they're asking for computer equipment. Then we have special projects. I don't know if you want me to list, just name everything that's in there, or if you want to just kind of look at it, and when you're ready to go to the next screen, I can go to the next screen.
If you can just cover the department and then the total dollar amount, I think it
Sure.
would be easier.
So city manager requested $3,500 additional. And so when we prepared the budget, just so you know, when we prepared the budget, we prepared it on a static budget, which didn't increase from the previous year. So we did take out all of the capital outlay, and we left everything as it was in the previous year. So there were really no increases to any of the departments.
The only thing that did have an adjustment were those based on the CBA.
Right, yeah, if it was like mandatory because we
Like
have a CBA agreement, that
fire.
did change, like payroll.
And the fire increase is in here already, so that doesn't have to.
Yes, the fire is calculated in there. So special projects requested $3,000 in equipment. Administrative services, which includes the city secretary's office, requested $19,000. Information technologies requested $243,299. Police department requested $156,500.
Robert, just real quick.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Special projects did request an additional 100,000 for the desks and the computers for
Right.
the blueprints and the maps to make it easier for them to review.
That is correct,
So-
100,000.
That's the only thing that we funded out of capital outlay that was presented
Right.
during the budget process.
Okay, so, but this is just the non-funded.
Right.
Yes.
So on IT, are any of these things, I'm looking at city network cybersecurity, penetration testing, like, are any of these things from IT necessary to keep us safe?
Like on the penetration testing we're doing already, and this to continue doing those tests so we can make sure that the network is not vulnerable to cybersecurity attacks.
Are these the emails that you send us that say that they're ridiculous, like, to
No.
make sure
No.
that you're not?
No, those are part of the training,
Okay,
cybersecurity
all
training.
right.
This is where someone does try to penetrate our network.
Okay.
And then they tell us, okay, you need to adjust here and there, and
Okay. So, but,
that's the 17,000.
okay, but this you would consider a necessity
Yes. I'm trying to do this at least once or twice a year. We were doing it every 2 years, so I kind of wanted to be proactive and do it more often.
And the cloud data storage, we already have sufficient storage? Or
We have
if you-
storage, but it's going to expire. This is to renew it, and by doing the 5 years, we're saving about half of what we will pay on a yearly basis.
And if it expires, that means you have no more storage space,
Correct.
which means you need it.
Yes, actually, we're increasing the
Space.
storage to 100 terabytes. This is like allocating space out there in the cloud.
And this is what saved us last time, right, Gabe?
The first time we were hit, yes, because we were able to, well, IT was able to rebuild the entire system within a week. This last time, again, we didn't lose a lot of data because we had it backed up in the cloud. And so IT was also able to build it back up, and we didn't pay the perpetrators a dime. And so we have all our data back.
There were other cities in the Rio Grande Valley that did pay quite a substantial amount. And so I don't know if the commission wants to chime in, but it would be my recommendation that we find a way to include the data storage and the cybersecurity testing. If, if we can forego the upgrades of computers and things of that nature until a different budget, that makes sense, unless, of course, they're not going to be, you can't use them at all, then if there's still life in them.
On the Dell computers, they're Windows 10, which is not longer supported by Microsoft. Those computers cannot be upgraded because the hardware it doesn't allow us to upgrade them. So there's 64 computers that we need to replace, upgrade. And right now they're operational, but they're a security risk because they're not getting modifications or updates from Microsoft. And that they stopped doing that, I think, August of early this year. So we already, it's kind of like a necessity.
Mayor, I would recommend that we get the cloud data storage. And the reason we did include it in initially was because when we were coming up with the budget, we didn't have the projected formula from the county on the ad valorem revenue. So the budget that we had at the time was looking very grim. And so we had to hold everybody steady until we got this in, and we just got the information about a week and a half ago.
Yeah, well, I applied for a grant on these computers, but we haven't received the response. So it's still pending on the state for the 64 computers, the Dell computers.
So there's
I
going to
will
be a couple of
say
things.
it is beyond critical to have an updated computer, because if Microsoft no longer supports 10, then we're open to viruses, Trojans, and malware. And it's a slower operating system. You gotta update with the times that the computer industry updates.
Correct.
So, I'm sorry, Gabe, were you going to say something?
Yes, there is going to be one other item that we're going to recommend later for PD in the budget. Again, we didn't include them because we didn't have the revenue at the time that we're putting this together.
Okay.
So that's why it wasn't included as a recommendation.
Okay, well, I don't want to jeopardize safety whatsoever, so I would ask Gabe, for the next workshop, if we can try to incorporate, ensure that we're covering anything that leaves us vulnerable in terms of IT, and that's their space, and for you to look at that and then present something to us.
We can do that.
Okay.
Sergio, whenever there's a cyber attack, it's my understanding that TDM is who we work with, correct?
Yes, we have, TML, we have cybersecurity insurance, so they're our first point of contact.
No, he said TDM, Texas Department of Emergency Management.
We don't, last time we had one, we reported, we had to report the accident to everybody, DPS,
FBI.
FBI, the state, yes.
And in the past, I believe that we've been able to receive grants from one of the state departments, whether it's TDM or someone, for the cybersecurity penetration testing?
Yes, actually, I have in the works an agreement with the UTRGV. They provide free services, but we're waiting on signing the agreement. I need to get it approved by legal.
And if that's done, then we would not have to make this expenditure, or yes or no?
We can save the 17, yes. That's the only one, yes. The other ones is hardware that we need to upgrade.
Well, worst case scenario, if we put the money aside, but then we don't spend it, that's, you know, doable. But there are avenues to save the money through the state and/or.
Yes. Yeah, I'm looking into that and I take advantage of that, yes.
Yeah, I mean, that goes without saying, anything that is in your requested items, if there is a way for that to be taken care of through grants, work with the grants department, but, you know, allocate, and then if it's not expended for those reasons, then we can recapture that
Correct.
money. But we want to make sure just that we are setting ourselves up to ensure that we continue to have that sense of peace, right? That then nothing's going to interfere with the operation of the city or be vulnerable in having to spend more money because we're not investing in what we need to.
One other thing, Commissioner Mesmar, based on your comments earlier, it seems that you wanted to update the computers because of Windows 10. Is that accurate?
Oh, it's essential. It's beyond essential.
Okay, so I can notate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think just if you can come back to us, Gabe, to see which one, I mean, I would imagine that there are, let's make sure that these computers are being used and they're not just sitting idly, that you are updating computers from staff that need to be updated.
Correct.
What happens, I apologize, Mayor.
Go ahead.
These network switches, they're the ones that help us direct internet traffic, correct?
Yes, they're pretty old. I mean, that we can hold on, but we've been pushing it every year. Last year, I wanted to do it, but we couldn't do it. These are the data switches where everybody connects, and the information runs through all the 1,000 different devices that we have throughout the city. They're pretty old. I'm trying to replace them with new devices that have AI in it, and that will help us better troubleshoot the problems on the network. It will send us alerts ahead of time when a problem is occurring. And these include fire and police, all the switches throughout the city.
So for our benefit, would you explain what a network switch is?
All the devices are connected through a wire. They're connected to this switch. We have different switches throughout the city. Every network in the city, every building has a network switch. And that's where we all interconnect and send data back and forth from one location to another, or get our emails, browse the internet.
So every now and then, it's essential to upgrade.
Correct, yeah. They're working, but they're all, I mean, we've been replacing some of these switches with reused switches. I'd rather buy new ones that have more cybersecurity features and faster computers, faster bandwidth on those.
But it would, so the phrase, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link, that would be the same thing here?
Correct, yeah, that would be like a bottleneck. Like you can have a faster computer, but the switch only can handle 100 megs. That's how fast you can go. These new switches will allow us to go 10 gigs. We're preparing for the future also at the same time.
Okay, well, let's, just for time efficiency, we know that these aren't accurate numbers just yet anyhow, but if you can come back to us with the essentials and then work with Gabe and then present that, so that way we can ensure that the commission can have a look at this with fresh eyes on what's required, what we absolutely need, and then the arguments on why.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
All right.
Just a quick comment for consideration on On the city cybersecurity penetration, you suggested that if we do have a grant that we are applying for that is outstanding, and you do decide to put this in the budget, just in case, there are some considerations for supplanting. So if you put something in your budget and then you get a grant for it, you can supplement a grant, but you cannot supplant. So what that would be supplanting that grant that we're recommending to get, right? So if we're applying for a grant, you can add to it and supplement, but you cannot supplant or use your general fund monies to replace, instead of buying it through the general fund, now you're saying, okay, I'm not going to buy it through the general fund,
Right.
even though I budgeted for it and buy it.
Understand?
What he's recommending is that, Mayor, we not fund it right now.
Right, so I would say for the next meeting, if you can provide us when the anticipated date for the grant, so that way we know, and also, I guess, the life of the, the cloud storage, when is that going to expire? Give us more of a timeline so that way we know what we're dealing with. Thank you for that, Robert.
Of course.
Mark, you're from Jersey.
No,
Chinch.
I'm from New York,
Oh, sorry. Sorry to insult you.
different state entirely.
Chintz, isn't that Yiddish? Chintzy, chintz?
I think it is.
Don't chintz on the computer system.
All right, let's try to follow the rules and wait to be recognized, and let's keep
Sorry.
everything relevant. I agree with you with what you're saying, but for efficiency purposes, if we can just
Sure.
move forward.
The last department we left off on is Police Department. They've requested $156,500. Engineering requested $40,350. Parks requested $15,000. Swimming pools, $30,000. The library, $24,000. Planning and Development, $14,100. Code compliance, $24,400. Building inspections, $56,000. And so the total for all those departments is $629,149, and these are one-time, non-funded, non-capital items. So they're not large enough to be capitalized, but they were not funded anyways. The next item are for the tennis courts. These are the special revenue. The first ones were for the general fund. The tennis courts is requesting $15,000. And that would be for bleachers, HEB tennis, and solar lights.
Let's take a pause real quick,
Sure.
Robert. Commissioner Lopez?
We go back to code compliance. Slide 7, last item, certification for code compliance officers and supervisors. Can you walk me through that?
Is it Anna?
Certification for co-compliance. He wants a walkthrough of the certification for the co-compliance.
Yes, so essentially, this is part of a certification for pay program that is being proposed. And so it's technically for all divisions, so this will be the amount that is estimated that it will cost just for the code enforcement division.
So what, walk me through that, it's a little slower?
So, so this is we have a draft guidelines to create a program. It's called Certification for Pay Program.
Yeah, okay.
And so it will be essentially allowing the employee to obtain certain certifications. And so for each certification obtained, they're going to receive like a monthly stipend. And so obviously that's going to be contingent upon them, staying active with the certification. And so it's something that is being offered to code compliance, building inspections, and I want to say that's mostly it. Mm-hmm.
And are there certifications that our code compliance officers need to have to be able to efficiently do their job?
Yes. So, for instance, for the supervisor, he actually wears two hats. So he's doing the code compliance. He's the supervisor. He's a code enforcement officer, or certified. And so he's also doing environmental compliance as well. So there's certain certifications that it will be beneficial for the city for him to obtain, and then that way it will benefit him financially and also the city because we will have someone that is, has additional training.
With that environmental hat that he wears, that requires signatures to the state, to TCEQ,
Yes,
all
absolutely.
that stuff?
Yes.
And, okay.
And so, and again, with code compliance, that's one example, right? But buildings as well. So we have staff that are basically reviewing, plans for compliance with building codes. And so it will be beneficial for us to make sure that they have the ICC certifications, to ensure that they're actually doing an adequate job.
So we don't have something like this already in place, Anna?
No.
Okay. And so, given, have you taken into, I mean, obviously, clearly, I think this is great, and if they need the certification, it's not so much professional development so that they can get paid more, it's so that they are certified to do the work that they are doing.
Yes, exactly.
And will continue to do. So have we taken that into account in terms of reoccurring expenses in payroll on what those stipends will be?
So the amounts that were provided is basically a projection. That's basically what's going to cost every year, more or less.
So these are not, because these are under one time.
Yes, for the fiscal year.
So that's not accurate.
No, it's just a projection.
Okay.
And that assumes that everybody's going to run and, apply and
Of
become
course.
certified. Yes.
And, well, you're going to ensure because they need to, is what
Yes.
I'm hearing.
Yes.
So then, not only is this for this budget, but we need to ensure moving forward, it's a reoccurring, because we're going to
Yes.
absorb that cost because it's necessary.
Yes.
Okay. And then the other question, I'm sorry, did you have any, are you?
No, I just, I'm going to say that I support this and the overtime for code compliance. Lately, I've been relying on you guys a lot lately with alleys, and so, yeah.
Okay, so that was going to be my kind of question in terms of the overtime. Did you make a request for another officer instead of overtime?
We did not make a request for another officer. We did made a request on behalf of the department for another planner or senior planner, depending on how much you want to fund us. And so that is absolutely needed. And then another plans examiner.
Remember last year I asked you about code, and it was a concern of whether we needed another employee? And
Yes.
so we still don't need another employee?
I mean, so I'm looking at the needs based on the department, not necessarily, one division over the other one. And so if you consider funding all 3 positions for the department, we will welcome a code enforcement officer as well. I know that sounds like a convenient answer, but we
So-
do need more assistance this
In
next
planning.
fiscal year for those 2 other divisions.
Okay,
Mayor, that's one of the reasons that we funded the equipment to try to help them
Yeah.
with the plans,
Plan review.
examiners, and the building permit, because that is not that this department isn't, but that's a revenue generating,
Absolutely.
and it also helps maintain the growth of the city, so that's,
I think we need to also look at, and just, I'll say this briefly, and then we can maybe revisit it at the next workshop. One of the main complaints that I get are code enforcement type of complaints. And so quality of life is really important, and I think we are at this stage now, a couple of years in, that we need to focus on beautifying our community, and so we only do that with enforcement. So as we look at the budget, we need to see if we are, if you don't need someone, then you don't need someone, and then we need to see what the plan is. How are we being proactive with the staff that we have? And that's what we talked about last year, but I still haven't seen, and I'm sure you're doing it, but if you can share that with me, so that way I understand like how we're being proactive in terms of utilizing and being as efficient as possible, because they do wear multiple hats. But if you, in order to be able to cover the city, you need another code officer. I'd like to know that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We do need them.
Well, I'm just saying, because I know, I'm sure you get complaints.
Mayor,
You-
yes.
Everybody here, that's the number one issue. And the reason why it's a number one issue for the resident is because it's important to them, because they see it every day. Or it's in their neighborhood, or it's, a home that's abandoned, or it's a business that's not keeping up, or it's, today, I had someone tell me that they think that there is in your district, opening a bed and breakfast in the middle of a neighborhood. So those kinds of things, we need to have sufficient staff to take care of it. And as the city grows, we're going to have even more concerns that we need to address. So I think it, in order for the commission to do its job, we need to be able to delegate, and we do that to you, but if you don't have enough staff, it's, kind of like a,
I will say that, so the way that the city is geographically, right, like how the organization is I guess how it's laid out, we do need another code enforcement from that standpoint, because we have some areas that are like spare, there's nothing, right? And then we have other districts that are like more urbanized. And we have this, basically they have not the same area or the same ground to cover.
Right.
So from that point of view, yes, we would definitely need more help, so we can be a little more proactive. And so I will say, though, that the priority this fiscal year has been on buildings. And so same as planning, trying to focus on, the policy aspects like the comprehensive plan. That was a big push. We're working on the zoning ordinance amendments. And so code enforcement is going to be definitely the priority in next fiscal year. And so so I think if you do give us a position, we can definitely target that more proactive code enforcement, and even specifically like to address those type of, bed and breakfast in the middle of a neighborhood. So.
okay.
Mayor, just as an FYI, if we do add another position, we'll need to add another truck, another computer. So there are going to be other ancillary services and expenses that we need to incur. So if we do submit for another position, we need to account for those other expenses that we're going to undertake. So just so that we can fund that now, not have to come back during the middle of the year to.
I get it. I think we want to make sure we're looking at it comprehensively, but I also want the commission to, when they're, looking at what the priority is in their district, to know, that tax rate is going to have to match the needs. And so that this information is important to us, so we can make that determination. How many code officers do you have right now?
So we have 5.
5. Sounds like one per district.
It is. Yeah, Mayor?
Yes.
I know that many in my district, I get many calls. I think just today I got several calls on the compliance, the code compliance, and the certification for code compliance officers, and along with the supervision of those, the code compliance officers is so necessary. But most of, like you mentioned, that you get those phone calls in the middle of a district. Mine are, it's out in the, mine is different. Mine is in the middle of nowhere. There's mattresses or tires, and there's constantly, I'm getting those phone calls that there's tires and mattresses and so forth. So I think that's definitely something that we need to look at. So I'm definitely for the support of helping out that department, definitely. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments, Ms. Bettis?
So we all agree on, or most of us agree on for sure, at least the overtime. Am I reading that or not?
I think
I
that.
support it. I support both items
Support
there.
items.
Well, I would say that if you have another individual, you're not going to have overtime.
But would it be best to start with the overtime and see how it works with the overtime if they can, before we add somebody else?
I don't know. It depends on what we can afford, clearly.
I'm gonna say that is the overtime, typically we've been using that for like the cleanup events and, usually on a Saturday.
That's okay. Bettis can take over that.
I already am, so it's all good.
And so anyways, I think code enforcement, again, also like that's an incentive for an employee to continue, obtaining additional certifications. The license is just like step one to kind of basically keep your job. And so there's additional, certifications available.
Okay. Having heard that, I think that that's important. Those are additional, I think everybody has them. You're talking about all of the things that they do, right? And I think you do district bashes in each of the districts and things like that. Trash bash, I think they're called. And so I think that works. But just still bring that to us, and then again, like this is just the first workshop. We don't know that we're going to. I know every department's like, well, we need somebody too, but we need to. See, Shannon's yes. We need to. What I would like is for us to really take into consideration the resident and their point of view, and what matters to them, and that's a big one. Okay. Sorry for that deviation.
Not at all. We left off on,
Building inspection.
so we just did the tennis courts, which they were adding the bleacher at the tennis center and for solar lights. The next item is the materials management, requesting $318,700.
Commissioner Lopez.
I apologize. Can we jump back to page 8? Anna, if you can pop back up here. Could you walk me through certification for Pay Buildings Division?
I mean, it's the same concept. I actually have a draft of the policy. I can send that to you all, and also the projections as well. Maybe that might be easier, so you can follow which certifications we're proposing.
And then the memberships?
So basically, I'm surprised about that one. So we basically just increased the budget a little bit. We do have some funding already available from, and so that's just to make sure that everybody, ICC, once you become certified, you need to do a lot of continuing education classes and keep your credits. And so there's a lot of that. So that's what we're trying to account for those things. And then also making sure that we also are part of, like Harlingen wasn't until recently, or at least it stopped for a while. We were not members of, like, let's say, the Building Officials Association, the local chapter. And so that's something that we're trying to kind of continue.
What's the value of that?
They have a lot of workshops. So there was actually a workshop last month, and so some of our staff attended. And it was, I don't remember the topic, but it was something that, it was related to the energy code. So just things like that, I think that's beneficial.
And do we get hours for those
Yes.
workshops?
Yes.
We had to balance the budget, and your department here was just a victim of what we had to do to get us to
Yeah.
presentable budget, so.
And so as far as the drinks and things like that too, we actually are having our first kind of lunch and learn tomorrow. So we're gonna be covering zoning regulations, subdivision regulations, and addressing for staff. So whenever, we have a lot of new staff, so whenever someone comes in and has questions related to those areas, they're gonna have a presentation. So staff is the one that's gonna be doing the presentation, but we're gonna have some refreshments. And so we wanna continue doing that. We can never close, because we always have customers, so the only time that we can do that sometimes is during lunch. So it will be very beneficial for us to have that. And it's not something that it will be nice to have. It's more of a necessity to continue making sure that we're training staff.
Thank you.
And just as a reminder, again, more reoccurring costs. Okay.
The next item are one-time non-funded capital outlay items. Human Resources requested 18,000. Information Technologies, 25,500. Police Department, 1,024,000. And this is the item that Gabe brought up on the additional 9 patrol vehicles to be added to the lease, which is 153,000.
Right, we're gonna request that this be added, so this is to keep the fleet running and operational for PD. And I think going to a lease system has been very beneficial to the department, so we'd like to maintain that.
I think those vehicles are all over 100,000 miles, right?
I
looked
believe
at the numbers.
these were part of the lease that already exists. They just didn't have it in the budget for the 9. I think they had for, was it like 10 or?
So yes, originally, those 9 patrol vehicles to be added to the lease, that was not budgeted on this last year. This fiscal year. This fiscal year for the lease was $286,000. Currently, it sits at about $438,000. So that amount would supplement the vehicles that we have now, which is a total of 19 lease vehicles. 3 of them are marked highway trucks. 2 of them are admin vehicles, and the other 14 are patrol vehicles. Those are currently on 48-month lease. I believe we're so 2024 was the beginning of the first ones. So we're about halfway through those 48 months on the lease. What we found is DPS is on lease. A lot of these other agencies are going to lease because being a consumable fleet, we hit the 100,000 mile mark, we hit the 4 or 5 year mark, and the maintenance just shoots through the roof. We're having those problems on our 600 series Tahoes and our Explorers that are about 6 years old now. So we're hoping to get rid of about 9, 10, 12 units this year. because the cost of maintenance on those has gone up. Currently, I believe we have, sorry, let me dig through my notes here. Just want to get you accurate numbers. Oh, here we are. So there's 17 marked patrol vehicles in the shop right now. 6 of those are at the city shop. 11 of those are outsourced. And the majority of these are 2020 and 2018, 2019 models. So being that those units are 24/7 units, they're idling high, they're just run into the ground. So ultimately, at the end of the day, what we're finding, pouring into the research on these leases, looking at a 3-year lease term, you catch the majority of that warranty window. And ultimately, the goal is to take some of the pressure off the city shop and have those vehicles operational more times than not. Because right now, we have about 31 marked patrol vehicles on patrol, and sometimes, half of those are sitting in the shop. And so as we, thanks to the COPS grant and the city for adopting these additional officers that we're hiring, we're seeing, of course, the equipment, the vehicles playing catch-up as far as in terms of staffing those personnel. And that's why on the lease, on the leasing, it makes sense for patrol vehicles just because of the way that they're used and the life of those vehicles. Ultimately, that's what that 153,000 marks. As far as some of the other vehicles, I know the chief, he wants to prioritize those patrol units. And so looking at some of the other numbers there, that's where ultimately we would look to try to, the majority of those units be marked patrol units. Because like I said, the cost to purchase and outfit those units, we're talking $100,000 now or more. And so with the lease, we're able to, especially at a 3-year lease term, you still have some equity in that vehicle when you're ready to turn around and get the new one. And then you just continue because we're always going to need those vehicles.
So then why is that there are 4 items down, or maybe 5, it has patrol units. Why are those patrol units not included in the 9?
In the so these are I'm not sure on, that wouldn't be a one-time. This would be a request for vehicles to go on the lease. So that would be a reoccurring.
What I asked the chief was that those were not for patrol, but for detectives, command staff, and so I wanted to prioritize patrol units first. At least that's what he told me when we had the budget workshop with him.
You're talking about the CID unmarked, or but he's
No,
mentioning the patrol units?
the one for 297?
Okay.
Correct.
Those are, the ones marked patrol are not patrol?
No, the ones for 297. These up here for 153, he said were going to be for out on the street running, and the other patrol units were more for, what he told me were detectives, command staff.
Yeah, I spoke with them, and I think he was looking for, we were looking for some clarification on those numbers this morning when I spoke with him. But those 9 patrol vehicles are at the department, and they're on lease right now. And that's why last year, the 286 was budgeted, or I'm sorry, this fiscal year. And so from the budget, we were able to come up money to pay the additional for those vehicles, which is a total of 19, which is the 10 plus those 9, which are on lease with the department right now. So this would, that 153,000 would be reoccurring, and to cover that difference for those lease vehicles that are there now, kind of thing. That is $153 deficit.
You already have them.
Yes.
And earlier you said a few of those were patrol.
Correct. 14 of those are patrol. 3 are marked highway trucks, and 2 of them are their admin vehicles.
So what you're asking for is the additional 9 isn't really additional. You're asking for them to be covered, and then you're asking for additional patrol units,
Yes.
which is the 297.
Because in long term, we want to try to get to where all our patrol vehicles are lease vehicles. And that way, there's no vehicle older than 3 years old, and those are constantly being rotated out on lease. because it would lower the volume of the city shop. It would give the budget some stability instead of having these capital spikes for, hey, this year we got 20 vehicles we need to get. This would even out those capital spikes, and it would save money long-term.
Okay, Mayor, if that's the case, we can't fund the 153 through this budget, because this doesn't take effect till 10/1. So if that's the case,
No,
because,
they need an amendment. It's already, they already have it.
yeah, we'd have to come up with,
So this would be for next fiscal year.
no, but you said these were already there, right?
Yeah, these vehicles are there, and that difference has already been covered with the budget adjustments from what we
'Cause
were able to do for this.
What I understood from him was that these were for new cars, nine
No, sir.
patrol new vehicles.
It sounds like we don't know, so maybe on the next, at the next commission, on the next workshop, if we can just get some clarification to that, because it is a little confusing. We want to, and if they are already there, and you're saying we already did amendment for them?
Yeah,
I don't remember.
adjustment from our other
Y'all have
workshop.
internally, okay,
Yeah,
that's
correct.
different than coming to us.
So Rocky, so I understand you, the 153, it's already been paid.
For this fiscal year, yes, sir.
Perfect. You're asking for it to be paid for next fiscal year.
Correct, sir.
Okay. And then the patrol units for the 297, those are for new units,
Those would be for new units added to the lease. bring
added to
up-
the lease?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Those are the ones we need to add.
So the 297, that's the green light. The yellow, what we have highlighted in yellow, we have to do it because they're already on the lease, and we got to keep paying the lease. Is that what that is?
Correct.
Okay.
And what is the number, do you know off the top of your head, for the patrol units?
For,
The
yeah,
297,
so-
that includes,
so we would look at rolling in an additional 10 leased marked
Okay.
patrol units.
that's what I
for
heard,
this year,
okay.
yes. And the chief has mentioned, and I'm sure before the next budget meeting, we can get together with him, make sure that we would want to prioritize the marked units over some of the unmarked units at this point.
Okay.
Because this fiscal year, we were able to roll in some of those unmarked units. I know we're still trying right before the end of this fiscal year to get those last few that were already budgeted, and that way, hopefully, we'll prioritize those marked patrol units.
Rocky, the 4 units are going to be on the agenda for next week?
Yes, sir. Those are unmarked CID vehicles.
Okay, but we were supposed to buy a certain brand, 4 of them, but I don't remember what they were that we couldn't get,
Chevy Colorados,
Chevy Colorado. So now we're coming back to get authorization to buy what?
Nissan Rogues,
Nissan Rogues, and these are going to be for
CID. They're unmarked CID detective vehicles.
detectives, okay, yeah. You don't want a rogue trying to catch somebody, I know what you're thinking.
No.
Well, no, I was thinking, now everyone knows what to look for.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Undercover, if I see a rogue behind me, I know someone's looking at me now. I'm going to be suspicious of every soccer mom now, like, whoa, lady.
I don't know what you wanted me to do.
So going back to those rogues, well, now we know, the third item here is that CID unmarked units. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, sir. And
Okay, so it's already there.
Oh, no. So this is for obviously the additions, the supplemental for next fiscal year. But in talks with the chief, we want to make sure that we're prioritizing the marked patrol units and not the unmarked, because we have those units coming in that we've prioritized this year because we're able to get rid of 10 unmarked units this year, or 12 or 14, whatever it was, because they were on their way out. And we were able to supplement those this fiscal year because those units are, they're low use, they're, low mileage. It makes sense to buy those vehicles. Now, the patrol units, they're a consumable fleet, and that would make sense to lease those vehicles.
And then for the motorcycles, do we already have the 2 officers ready to go for them?
Yes, sir. They use, we do have, I believe, 1, I would have to confirm. I can confirm that, but there is a working motorcycle or 2 that we have, and I think these are for the additional officers that are trained to do that.
The 2 BMWs we bought like about 2-3 years ago?
Yes, those are still serviceable, and they're using them regularly. Anything else? If you want me to continue.
One last thing. I apologize. We already ordered the Bearcat. We bought that a year or 2 ago, right?
Yes, sir. We're
Has
just
it
waiting
arrived?
on that. It has not arrived.
No. It's, I think it was ready, but a federal agency needed it, so he took it away from us. It never made it out of the manufacturer.
So they're still they're building us a new one.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So we could have had it last year, but we got outranked by, I don't know who it was, what federal department that needed it, so.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, and last thing, I apologize. Don't we already have generators at the EOC, correct? So walk me through the uninterruptible power supply at the communication center. What happens if that goes down?
So those were actually put on this fiscal year. We've already got everything we've done. We're just waiting for delivery. We've already got the PO. This was already a budgeted item for this fiscal year, and we're good with that.
So we can strike it?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Rocky.
All right, the next department is the fire department. They are requesting $4,760,000, which includes the new central fire station of 4.5. Engineering, $375,000. Traffic signals, $189,716. Street maintenance, $1,163,000. Street maintenance, okay, so that's part of it, continued. Street cleaning, $29,300. Street paving, $1,068,000. Street drainage, $1,758,716. Parks, $824,000. Swimming pools, $66,000. Library, $350,000. Code compliance, $161,000. Public buildings, $1,336,755. And building inspections.
I apologize. Mayor, if I can hop in?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Lopez?
On public buildings, Chris, a lot of this stuff is going to be replaced if we go forward with Snyder, right?
Yes, sir, that is correct. And just so you know, Schneider is going to be presenting their 90-day assessment pretty soon. I'm not sure of the date. September 16th. 16th, yes.
And
So,
then
Robert?
Well, that's, Commissioner Lopez has the floor.
And then working up, you're moving pretty quick on me, Robert, I'm trying to run, get this meeting done.
Sorry.
So then it's the two Ford Rangers, and then the John Deere mowing tractor, zero-turn mower and all that. Where are we at on those, Anna? Those are code compliance, right? Is that you? Right? Yeah, correct. Is this to make sure that all the houses that are not paying they're getting their properties mowed?
Yes, so one of the things, I know the price seems steep, but some of these residential properties, the grass is crazy high. And so we need something like that with power so we can be fast with the mowing. And we have so many properties that we do on a monthly basis, so we only have 2 staff members that do that, and that's a lot of ground to cover. So we need to make sure that they're given the equipment, because the equipment itself also is taking a beating with all of the properties that they have to mow.
Do we get, you may not know this, maybe you do, Robert, do we get I know we fine, do we get that money back?
For mowings?
Yes. Like, do they pay? Do they pay?
They do when they try and sell a property or something. We do get lien releases where they have to come and pay the lien, and then we'll release the lien.
Could we contract out that specific work so that way it's not on our staff, and then that costs go to the owners?
mowing?
For that specific type of mowing?
We would have
So
to,
we do recoup the money, but it would be only if they're looking to sell the property or something that's affecting the property where they have to mow the property and they can't sell it because there is a lien.
But-
But we have liens.
but here's the thing, most of those properties that are being mowed are already abandoned, so the number of tax liens that are on it is just they don't get paid, so,
That was my question. So we're not going to get paid on it?
not on all of them.
Not
no.
realistically?
There are some where they've accumulated large costs and they have come in because they're trying to sell the property, and we do, but the majority of them, there's so many liens out there that,
Why do we let them get so high, Anna, that you need this?
It's not intentional. I just wanted to clarify. So for last fiscal year, we did, let me see, for cleaning, it was like 53,000. That's how much we recover.
Okay. And that is and what does that represent in terms of percentage of fines?
We didn't have the percentage, but it goes back to the general fund, so it's not something that benefits our department.
No, but just in terms of, like, how much are we actually recovering?
So I would need to go back and make that,
Okay.
calculate that percentage.
Okay,
But we do have the trends as far as how much we're recovering.
okay.
So within 2 years, this equipment would be paid off based on
That number.
53,000.
And also consider that the new officer will help a lot.
Well, we also have to account for the staff, paying them, and so 53,000 would probably not cover the full cost of one employee. So, and we have two, so.
I don't know that contracting, I'm just trying to think of, like, in terms of everything that staff has to do, and that if you already have, identified locations that are constantly needing it, and what that cost would look like if you contracted out versus another employee and benefits and all that other, because that's not the true cost, it's just an hourly employee.
I think, Mayor, in the long term, it might be cheaper for us to keep staff doing it versus paying a private contractor to come and do it, because he would want to get paid his cost up front, and whereas we just use staff and labor, and, yeah, I think it would be cheaper for us to keep doing it this way.
I understand. It just seems to me that we're not keeping up if it's really high grass. And so that's, trying to find a way where it's going to be not an eyesore for the residents that have to live around
Right.
that area. So
Right.
that's the concern, right?
It-
And so sometimes quality of life projects, we don't make money off of them, and it's an extra expense. I don't know what the breakdown of how many, I know I've sent you messages on like going behind my office, there's a lot of those in those streets, like Monroe and
Madison, Bandera.
all of those. And so if we already know, and I'd rather us be proactive and getting it cut, I think that everybody in the city deserves to have a neighborhood where they can feel proud that they live there and that there's not overgrown grass. If we're getting to the point where we need specific equipment because it's so high, that means that we're not, no, I'm not, you're doing a great job on, not, I know you've, it's hard, and you have a very, you have to prioritize, and you have one of the most important departments in the city, and so it's not gonna recover, we're not going to fix all the issues overnight. But what I hear when we need equipment for yards that are so high that we can't just cut it, that to me says that we're not doing a sufficient job in terms of making sure that it doesn't get there and needing that equipment. Does that make sense?
I was just gonna say, not to go against what you're saying, but it's just that.
Please go against
No,
what
no.
I'm saying. I want to be wrong.
But like most of these properties, because they're recurring, I mean, we already know, right? But then it's the vacant properties that have like the absent owners. That doesn't matter. Like sometimes you can go twice a month, or if it rains, they know right away that they have to go back. And so it's like kind of like there's so many of them that's why it takes it takes a lot more time to go back and get them done. So just wanted to.
And this, I'm sorry, Commissioner, this, Mayor, really is a quality of life issue.
It is.
Because it keeps the neighborhoods maintained, and it even has an impact on mosquito population when the grass is really high, so.
And I'm sure safety, I'm sure PD, and even fire, you're going into a potentially abandoned property, and the grass is overgrown, and you can't see what you're getting into, that kind of, I mean, there's a lot of issues that I think are collateral to this issue.
Mayor, I just want to add that in order for us to mow property, it has to reach a certain height first, and then we'll send a notice, and then another factor is that we had some rainy months, so that attributes to the delay on getting the mowed. So it's a process that we follow, but unfortunately, sometimes with rainy months, yes, we get backlogged.
Okay. I'm not saying no to the equipment, I'm just saying, let's fix the root of the problem.
But I think what they're saying, the root of the problem is that there's so many lots out there, they can't keep up with it, which means you would need more personnel to be mowing.
That's the root of the problem.
Correct.
So we
So-
need to figure it out, right?
So you're saying hire another mower. If we already have two, get a third one. But if we get a third one, then that person's still gonna need all the equipment.
Which is why I said I don't know which is cheaper, whether we contract it out and see what that number looks like. It sounds like it's a big problem.
And I think,
We're asking for equipment. We're not asking for another position. It's just, we have already 2 people that are fully, dedicated to this task, and it's just making sure that they have the right equipment to make the job faster. So,
And if I may add, I've been in cities where we contract that service to local contractors. We always have problems with them because they take the customers that pay first, instead of a city that takes 30 days to pay them. And then they accumulate so many number of lots, so they're backlogged themselves. So it's not as feasible as, we're not gonna save as much as money. And
Well,
then
yeah,
the
okay.
prices they request are very high.
That's true, okay. Well, y'all have the experience and, obviously rely on your recommendation. But if you get your, I'm sorry, Mike, I know you've been waiting patiently. If you get your equipment and you have your 2 people, then that means we're not going to have an issue in Harlingen. You see, so there is, they need more support, and we need to look at that. Like, we're going to have, it's going to continue to be a problem, and I think that is a big problem with the city. People get really upset about it, and we need to figure it out. If I was living next to a house where it was overgrown and the city had to, mow it and they didn't come, I wouldn't care that you didn't have the equipment. I would be upset about it, and I think we need to look at that.
one last thing is that, when was the last time we looked at adjusting the cost of a mowing lien, whatever you want to say?
Wow.
Yeah.
It's been years.
And then that's the other aspect of it, is if everything, price of bread's going up, gas is going up, then I think if you're not doing your part to just cut your grass and keep your, stay within the health and safety boundaries, then that needs to be looked at as well.
Agreed.
We'll get you some information on how many mowing liens we have out there, including the dollar amount, 'cause it's pretty big.
Commissioner Mesmer, you've been recognized.
Robert, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
The punchline is 13,232,000. How much money, this is also a Gabe question, how much money are you comfortable with to meet this 13 million without destroying our cash flow or anything?
I'm not sure I understand your
Okay,
question.
The 13
so
million.
this is a request for 13.2 million.
Yes, sir?
Do we have 13.2 million?
No.
Okay, so how much are you comfortable with to pony up to meet these requests?
Well, that would depend on what the rate is that we decide on, and then I could give you a pretty good answer. Because if we go with the adjusting the rate down 1/10 of a cent, we're only going to have about 800,000 to 900,000 to work with.
So, wait, hard of hearing. So there's a request for 13.2 million, and you said we could pony up 800,000?
Maybe.
That's a large gap,
Oh, it is. It's a huge,
statistically speaking.
it is. It's, yeah, there's a major deficit in the needs, and which is why we always show you what all the requests are, because there's no way we can meet what what's actually needed to run the city properly. But that's why we have directors and assistant directors to try to figure out, okay, what's priority? Let's get that optimized and let's do what we can with what we have. Because you're never going to have enough, just like your household at home, you're never going to have enough to get everything that you need or that you want. That's why you have to prioritize and decide, okay, we're going to have to do this month and maybe something else next month. And then you have inflation. Inflation eats at your buying power.
Right.
And it's a hard question to answer.
But this is why we have this separate tax rate, so we can see how much money we are going to have, and then the commission's going to have to make that hard decision on what it is based on the necessities of the community. And so
So-
we're not there. That's why we're here. We're not there
So
yet.
this 13.2 million is a dream book.
That's
And
not
then we
gonna
have to
happen.
inject reality into it.
Right. But what I keep hearing over and over, and I know each and every one of you also keep hearing, stop getting new things and fix what we have already. So how are we going to meet that demand and expectation of the community if we are going to continue to do additional things and additional projects and keep adding more places for, our staff to mow? How are we going to ever get there? So we have to be responsible, and I think that they're not sexy projects, but they're important. I think people want to have that quality of life that they expect in their neighborhood, and we need to get back to the neighborhood micro level, and I think that this is how we do it. I'm sorry, Bettis?
Yeah, Anna, question. Please.
She's sitting further back and further back.
Anna, just sit right
I
here.
was not gonna say anything today.
And I'll just say, for workshops, I think staff just needs to, there's no one's here. Moving forward, just get a little closer. I heard the ones that get closest get the most money, but. Bettis?
I had a question. It goes back to Daniel's point earlier. So because is it true, from my understanding, this is what I remember being told, is that there's some areas in our city, like they're commercial lots, and what we do is we regularly cut them, right? So when do the only time we get paid back is when that property sells, or they pay us as well eventually, or how does that work?
So they get billed on a monthly basis.
Okay.
And so sometimes they come in, pay, that's not a problem, right? And so, but sometimes they just don't respond. And so we keep billing them until we actually place a lien. And so after that, we have to wait until the property is basically sold to recover that money.
Okay, and to Daniel's point, what he said earlier, we haven't looked at those rates in a while.
No, we haven't. And actually, that's one of the things that we're working on for next fiscal year, hopefully. So we're going to be looking at all of the fees. I know that it's not a popular thing, but our fees across the board are probably one of the lowest in the entire, Cameron County and maybe Hidalgo County as well. And so it goes for, planning and buildings, and code enforcement is not an exception.
Well, back to what Daniel was saying, is there a way we can get that information sooner and maybe act on it sooner? Because
Yes, we can have it, as soon as tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, because I like Daniel's idea about increasing it, because at the same time, it only affects people when it starts to hurt them.
Yeah.
And then especially these commercial ones that pay on a monthly basis. We make it where it's very, very uncomfortable for them to pay. Maybe they'll do it themselves, and that'll save us some time to be able to do the other stuff.
I agree.
We can bring him for Monday's workshop, Commissioner.
I'm sorry?
We can bring him for Monday's workshop.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Fantastic. And maybe you can work with the judge and get actual, what we actually recover.
Okay.
Because even if we raise and they don't pay, we got to look at the reality of that.
And that 53 is going to go up. The 53,000 that's collected.
Sure.
At least last year.
Right.
That will go up. If I may continue going back.
Yes.
Then if we look at parks, which is at the bottom of page 14, top of page 15. So we have repair park shop roof. That's the one that's like a sieve, correct?
The park shop roof is the main park shop office. Initially, when we did this, it was to fix the roof, and then after those discussions, we talked about other plans of completing the whole building itself and looking for funding to repair everything, including the asphalt surrounding and other areas.
Okay, so you're saying we can strike this off?
We can
the
strike
list?
it off, yeah.
Okay.
On that one.
And then if we can look at the Sand Pro baseball field groomer?
Yeah, on that one, we at least need one, for sure. It's gonna help our team out with all the athletic fields. We put two, it definitely would give us, 3 fully working one. The fourth one is slightly off, but
What is it?
it's the Sand Pro, which helps us drag the skins, which helps us drag the dirt for the infield, but we could also, prep the lip that forms on the infield ground when it gets to the dirt. So it's for maintenance purposes.
And so then that would apply to Pendleton, Wilson,
All the
Victor.
athletic fields. And you can also have attachments onto it. So you have a drum, which is weighted. You can also press the dirt as well. So there's a whole bunch of attachments that come, that we can purchase later on with the field groomers.
Okay. And then the Wilson Sports Complex softball lights and electrical repair?
So that would be for the adult softball fields there. Dire need. Since I've been here, that's been one of the main topics, main complaints. We've tried to replace light bulbs. We put some work into it. An old system failing. A lot of feedback we get from the softball players is the light issue. So that would completely fix the issues with the electrical and the lights.
And his Wilson softball fields, is that the league that Parks runs?
That is ours, yes. We run those leagues. That is our league.
And do they bring, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And can we get CDB? I know, in the conversations you and I had, and then I had them with Sandy as well, about funding with CBDG, because it's a city-run league, can we use CBDG funding for that?
No, not anymore. It was taken off by HUD.
I was gonna say that.
Okay. Oh, what about
And
the?
Arroyo, what's going on there is fields 1 and 2 do have lights. Field 4 is part of the grant that will get lights and artificial turf, which is gonna leave field 3 without lights. Once we can get lights there, if you remember when time changed last year, we had that association, we had a lot of practices there, very minimal light. So we don't wanna leave it in the dark, just to be uniform throughout all 4 fields.
Speaking of Arroyo Park, did you guys put a crosswalk there? There's no crosswalk for the neighborhood kids? I know this is kind of off topic, but if you're looking at that park and you're making all those improvements, a bunch of kids go there, and I know that I see them, and it's dark, and they cross before the park.
Are you talking about that T intersection, or are you talking about where there's that roundabout that, then there's a?
On New Hampshire?
Yeah.
So there's all those neighborhoods, or
Correct.
all those, neighborhoods. And the kids, I mean, I've driven through there because it's, my kids go there on the trail. And I see kids running across the street, and when it's dark, there's no crosswalk, unless there's been one that's been placed in there in the last month or two.
We can look into it. I'll look into it and.
Just for safety purposes, and the more that you invest, the more kids are gonna go to that park.
I think we need to look at the new softball lighting at Arroyo and at the Wilson Sports Complex, I think lighting is just really important, like just broad stroke it. Because even the 12 solar lights / poles for park basketball courts and open spaces, I think, is a priority as well.
The kids play in the dark at the I don't know if they fixed the lighting in the basketball court, but
So-
there was like kids out there, and it's like the sun goes down and they're playing in the dark.
So what we're doing there is just pretty much eliminating the AEP aspect and going to solar where we don't have to worry about if something goes out, waiting for them to come fix it. And that way, all our basketball courts, majority of our basketball courts will be solar. And Open space, the reason it says open space, because we have identified certain areas where we've noticed that the community will gather to, their kiddos are just practicing playing soccer, family oriented. So solar lights would provide lighting that's adequate for that need. So we don't have to make an expense on solar sports, musco lighting and so forth.
Do you have lighting right there by the, what's it called? Pump track?
So with the grant, we're going to have more lighting that's there. I know CDBG, we proposed a new
'Cause that's
dark
another-
sky type style sports lighting there, but it didn't get funded. But we are going to have solar lights that go around that qualify for dark sky, especially in that area because all the wildlife that's there.
Okay,
So yeah, we're good.
all right. Bettis, did you have a question?
No, I agree that we need to look at both, because I get calls all the time for the softball. And it's not just at Wilson, and we've talked about it like a million times, but also Royal. And the Royal, a lot of parents really need it, ask for improvements at Royal, the
We
Royal
have-
Park.
I apologize for interrupting, but we keep having our two lady teams, the Lady Hawks and the Lady Cardinals, that are just
Amazing.
crushing it, and they need to have the facilities, I think, to be able to continue doing it.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of things in the works for Royal Park and for the softball fields. I think it would be great if you could put something together and that it's available on the website so people know what's coming in the future and what the plans are. I keep telling them about what it is that we're doing, but I don't know if there's anywhere they can go and read for themselves.
Okay.
And then, are we good with that, Mayor?
Yeah.
Can
mean-
we pop up to street drainage?
Yeah, unless there's other questions. All right.
Street
moving on
drainage.
to street drainage.
Ruth, this is you, correct?
Commissioner, so just to make sure, that's because I'm making notes just to make sure. So,
I can send you my notes if you like.
okay, because I was just noting, we're going to scratch out the roof and add that softball.
Correct, so if you look at parks, right underneath it, repair, yeah, that one's gone. And then the commission obviously is just looking favorably at the next three, which is Arroyo Softball, Wilson Sports Complex, 12 solar lights, and then we're looking at the Sand Pro baseball field groomers.
Did you get all that, Robert?
Yes, sir.
And then for street drainage, I know that we are, Ruth, really pushing our public works team to the limits. Even if we maintain our staff levels, how are we doing on equipment to make sure that they're moving as quickly as possible? I'll give you an example. If you recall, like 3 meetings ago, we got you all the bigger street paver so that we can move faster on 13th Street or on the larger streets, right? How are we looking here?
Right, so some items here that you're going to see for the street drainage program was going to be, keeping in mind, hoping for a third drainage crew, right? Which you're going to see in the personnel. We are requesting equipment operators for a third drainage crew. So, of course, there's an excavator, a loader. We already have an excavator. We already have a loader. So there's some pieces of equipment here that has that in mind, right? We're going to need, if we get the personnel, we're going to need those pieces of equipment. But then there's also, like, for example, the smart grade, those first three, that's going to be more efficient with the equipment that we currently have. So instead of doing or using the blue top, right, for grading, and whenever we do on our drainage projects, having smart grade type of technology with our equipment will help us be just more efficient and be able to work better on our projects. We do know that we have deadlines and the timelines are crunched sometimes. So that's why we put those type of equipment with the equipment that we have now, just to be able to work better with what we have.
And the cost of those three items, will they pay for themselves or will they not?
If you consider how fast we'll be able to be more efficient, right, with time, rather than doing the old school, I'm not gonna say old school way, right, but the other way of doing doing it with the blue tops, this is more advanced, technology. You just program it and the blade will do it for you. It's a lot faster and efficient.
Okay.
Commissioner, just as an FYI, we don't generate any revenue off of drainage.
No, I understand, but the way I see it is we're putting, when we have them there, it's cost of like operation,
Right.
right? And I want to lower the cost of operation and, you know, increase the products that we're getting in the same amount of time, right?
Right.
So that's, to that point, you know, I understand getting the newest and greatest is always cool, but will these actually make a legitimate impact, or is it just gonna speed us up, you know, an hour?
As far as the time, I do think it will have an impact in the operation. We do have overtime and drainage that we are using up with the projects that we have. We've had a staff come in on Saturdays, so that's what we're trying to look for, other methods and other pieces of equipment, how we can improve the process, right, of the projects that we currently have with drainage. So I can't tell you an exact number of how many hours they're going to save with it, but for sure it will be a more effective way of doing the process.
You think you can get us a plan by Monday to show us market improvements with certain pieces of equipment? So, because we all have drainage projects that we're in the middle of, or we're waiting for, that we want to be, right?
Absolutely, and that's why the importance, I know the drainage has been a really, really hot topic, right? And we know the importance of it, and that's why we were hoping for a third drainage crew, but, you know, just hearing how tight the budget is, that might not be possible. But for sure, I'll get you those numbers. We do feel that there's, for example, I did highlight it, the excavator, that's if we were to get a third drainage crew. The wheel loader, the one for $313,000, that was if we were to get a third drainage crew, as well as the Ford F-250. That would be if we were to get a third drainage crew. The rest are equipment that we currently need with what we have, with the two drainage crews that we have.
And is anything on this list on its last leg that needs to be replaced? With PD, those things are like 100,000 miles, 150,000 miles, right? So they're, or the 10-year network switches, those are almost getting to quinceañera age, right? And so,
No, as you all know, our drainage crew is fairly new, right? Our equipment's fairly new.
3 years old.
3 years old, you know, our equipment. So it's not, you know, age. This is more so now that the drainage operation is going, we're seeing the need for additional piece of equipment, like the skid steer. You know, there's culverts that we can benefit if we were to get a skid steer, as well as the water truck. Right now, we are operating with one water truck, and it's an H water truck. So it's shared between street maintenance, between paving, and between drainage. So those are things that we're seeing that are needed. That were not added in the beginning when we started the drainage crew.
Going a little fast for me. Where are you?
bottom of page 13, top of page 14.
I got it, but you said skid, say that again?
Skid steer?
Skid steer. I don't see that. Where's that?
That one is going to be,
Is that called something else? Is that like,
It's above, it's at the top of page 13. The-
smart grade?
No, it says street maintenance.
Oh, okay. I'm looking under drainage. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're correct.
no, so in the drainage, it's going to be the last one under the page 13. So that P-tier compact track loader, that's a skid steer for drainage. So
The 333P tier compact,
loader, that's
Okay.
going to be the skid steer.
okay. That's why I was not following. And so, okay, Ruth, you're asking for a lot here, right? I don't know what's going to happen with the drainage crew. Clearly, if we reduce the tax rate by a fraction, we don't have enough money to have the reoccurring costs for a drainage crew. I think that's clear. So, assuming that that's the case, you've got quite a bit of ask. What are the priorities here in terms of drainage that you would need in order to be able to meet your goals in terms of timeline for existing projects?
For 16 projects, for sure, if you had to give me a choice,
The top three, I heard
would
you
be
say
the
that.
the top 3 to be more efficient, and I'll get you those numbers. I'll do some research to get those numbers for you for Monday's workshop.
Okay.
And then for sure, the water truck. For example, right now, our current water truck, like I mentioned, it's aged and it's being shared between three divisions, and it's currently down. So it's been
Okay.
down since last week, and we have received, complaints about dirt and dust because we don't
Right.
have a water truck. So that's another one that we really need.
So the Leadwell 4K.
The 176, yeah.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, sir.
So if you consider those pieces of equipment that will be tied to a third drainage crew, it's a little bit over $1.2 million plus the reoccurring cost of the payroll for
We
those.
can't afford it.
Right. So you're looking at close to $2 million, right? But the one-time expenses, like almost $1.2 million.
Right, but that's a one-time expense, and then we might not even have 1.2 million
Right.
for everything.
Right.
So, that's why, so just in case acting, assuming that's going to be the case, right? And then if that is, then your must-haves are the top three, and then the 95,000 for the P-tier compact track loader and another water truck. Those are your priorities
And a skid steer. Right now, we don't have a skid steer.
on the
in our-
street maintenance?
It's under, well, drainage and street maintenance, they both requested one. Street maintenance needs one as well. But drainage, to be able to get to those culverts, we don't have anything to do any kind of maintenance to those culverts. So that's why we would benefit from a skid steer.
So I was watching on Facebook, Drainage District number 5. It was in your neck of the woods, Commissioner Bettis. They put that skid steer in the ditch,
Yes.
and it was clearing out that culvert. That's what you want it for.
Right.
Yes, that piece of equipment is extremely important to maintain those culverts, and we don't have one.
Okay.
And that's what's on the very top of 75,000, yes?
Yes.
On the page, okay. And in addition to that, the one in the very bottom, that's 95,000.
That would be for the third drainage crew.
No, that's not what Ruth said.
The
No.
333 P-tier compact track loader.
Yeah, that's a skid steer for 95,000. This one was a quote that our drainage superintendent was able to obtain. And the other one was a different model of skid steer that was from street maintenance. That's two different divisions, two different operations, but they're both requesting the same type of equipment similar to it. But right now, speaking with drainage, we don't have a skid steer in drainage. So it would be the $95,000 one.
Correct, so
Yes.
that is not for new drainage crew, that's a
would
must-have
be-
for right now.
Yes.
So, okay, so I'm right, so it's 75,000 on, I'm just saying, yeah, yes, I'm right. And I just want to make sure, because it's, again, going back to being able to complete on the projects that are existing and what has already been, each of you have already told your neighborhoods what's coming, and we already have a plan, and we have a great director, and we want to make sure to set you up for success. And you can't do that if you don't have the equipment that you need. So the must-haves are on street maintenance, the skid steer, that's 75,000. Then you have the top three on street drainage. And then the last item, the 333P tier compact track loader, 95,000, and a water truck. And that's it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You got that, Gabe?
Yes.
So we're saying those top three, we're definitely putting in the
Well, that's what,
green column.
No, that's not what we said.
that's what
We-
what
we-
we're saying is that's what she's saying.
Yeah,
Correct.
that,
Right.
right.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So we're going to get that analysis done, and that will be closer to determining,
correct.
in my mind at least.
Top three in street drainage?
So the point for this is for, that when we are, and I think that, and for you too, Robert, when we come back on the second workshop, and we're looking at, hopefully we have police, we've got some numbers, and then we have some real decisions to make, then, we need to, instead of saying what the cost is, I'd like for it to really represent what these specific needs are, public works, code, like these things that the community wants. What is the dollar value, and how do we get there? So, and then I think that's how we decide, that's what we should be doing for our tax rate.
I do have a question, though. When you said that we will get the police numbers. That's for the police cars only, correct?
No, I'm saying right now, we're just pretending, the CBA, that's like
Oh,
a
okay.
big
Yeah,
amount.
yeah.
And so, the numbers that are here are illusionary, like they're not real, because we are going to give them funding. So
Yeah, okay.
we're,
We won't have that for Monday, because
Okay.
I won't be meeting with them until Tuesday.
okay. Well, then we might need an additional workshop,
Yeah,
Or
I
we
think
push
so.
back Monday,
so.
We can.
or we push
Or
back
we,
Monday.
or we just, yeah, if we're not ready to go, then let's have it at another time. I'm just saying because it's not fair to y'all, and then the community's gonna have this, imaginary number that isn't real. And so if we can, I think we'll be more productive with real numbers. But I feel that we need to find a way to get the basic needs for Public Works, and for Anna, and for Parks, and for Shannon, and. So let's work towards that. Okay.
Yeah, so just cut the weight, cut everything.
Yep.
You don't need.
Yeah, and let's, this is for the entire staff, like there's something that you really do need in order to do your job and to provide the service, that's what we need, not everything in the kitchen sink.
And then, question, pump fittings, walk me through that.
Pump fittings would be the hoses and everything that how we obtain pumps. So we need to purchase also like everything that goes with it, hoses and the fittings, so that they can be operational at 100%.
I think we need to do that one. Absolutely.
Commissioner, you're going in the wrong direction.
Well, dude, I'm telling you, it's because I have, and I've talked to Chris, and I've talked to Oscar, and I've talked to Ruth about this. If you look at Spanish or secluded acres, the distance from the top of the embankment of the drainage canal to the street level, we need like two lines or one super long line. I just want to make sure, because last thing we want is to have a pump, and then you don't literally have the long enough line to get it to go where you need it to, and the other place to go dump it where you need it to. It's like a stupid thing, but it's one of those important things.
You can't talk to them anymore.
No, I've seen it because I've had to ask them, because one time they put it up there and they had the hose and it didn't reach the lowest point. And so houses were gonna flood before the pump started becoming active. That's what was my concern.
So to be fair, that is the exact reason why we're asking you this, is that, so, reevaluate it, and if you need to kind of go back and look at it with your team and say, okay, these are the reasons, and then tell us why, because that's important, right? If it's going to make a difference with somebody getting water in their home or not, then that's non-negotiable, right? So let's look at that very, very carefully. Okay.
And then if we look at page 12, top of page 12, Robert, Robert,
Roberto?
Roberto or Robert?
I call him Roberto. So
sorry, I apologize, I apologize.
Which one?
There's only one Roberto,
The OG.
yes. The engineer of the year, Roberto.
There we go. The stylish.
Yes, ma'am. The top of page 12 says full engineering design for drainage project. Which project is that?
That is the $375 question. Essentially, we would be utilizing the master drainage plan to select one of the three. Well, there's 39 projects within the master drainage plan, right? It would be one that would potentially involve very similar to the Jefferson project. What I did, I looked at the ARPA. That's basically about the price we awarded each of those projects, the Jefferson, the 5th and 7th. Right now, the top three contenders have been for the West Street. I know we submitted a grant, so right now we're waiting on the discussion or the results. We also have the Little Creek, and over there you're looking at Ebony Street, Canal, and it involves sizing the piping to drain it out to the arroyo. There's no one project at the moment, but it would be straight from the master drainage plan. And that would include the full engineering, surveying, geotechnical, environmental reports. We have been doing projects in-house. You've seen it at the Spanish Secluded Acres, the Skyline, Hickory Hill, part of those, the crossings. The 13th Street right now is the one we're close to wrapping up. but it's just so that we have one project shovel-ready, so for the next brick grant or FEMA-related grant project, we could submit a full packet and be competitive. What we've seen is, once you have a very shovel-ready project, you score a lot higher than requesting it from the bottom.
Right, and that's what Senator Hinojosa said, and I think a couple of the other ones. They all say they want the designs done, and ready to start throwing dirt. I think we should do it. Well, we added it to the list, we're still gonna have to
Yeah, but
pare it down.
But these are not, I would suggest that if we come up with a project that we can identify that it's a one-time, that we take it out of the fund balance.
Okay.
And not fund it out here because
I
this,
agree.
That works.
Yeah,
You scared Gabe there, right there.
Huh?
yeah,
I saw
no,
Gabe's expression.
no, yeah, I agree. So,
So then we'll
identify
strike it,
and,
strike it, and then I'll put my notes, fund balance.
he's not gonna forget.
I will not. Right when you think I do, because like a month has gone by, you can get that like 2 a.m. email. Hey, what's going on with this?
you know, you can
Schedule
schedule
set.
those so
Yeah.
that they're not bothered, right?
Daniel will just send it at 2.
With intention.
Great
Okay,
intentions.
all right. Any other questions for Roberto?
Those traffic light cabinets, yeah, I just,
Oh, Roberto.
no, I think it's Ruth.
Oh, sorry.
As I understand it, Ruth, while you're walking up here, these are the cabinets that make sure our street lights are working.
Yes, yes, and we do replace them. We do have old cabinets, and we do have those replaced throughout the year, and then it also happens towards accidents, and then we have to replace those cabinets. But yeah, those are the ones that do the traffic signals.
When there's an accident, just random question, Mark, as well. If there's an accident, drunk driver hits, T-bones another car, hits the cabinet, do we ever go after them for property damages?
Yes.
If that's the, yeah, we submit reports for any kind of accident that there is to any type of our equipment or, infrastructure, things like that. We would have to submit a report through risk, and they'll do the investigation.
Harrison and Commerce was the last one.
Yeah.
Also the one on F and Tyler. Yeah, that one was out for quite a bit.
Hey, that's where we had the orange light, right, by the AutoZone? Yeah, okay.
I think we need to add the 1288 compliant pedestrian crosswalk buttons. We had that meeting, Anna, remember, I think that's a safety
And
issue.
I think, Mayor, we need to up that amount. I don't think 12 is enough.
But I don't, yeah, whatever it is that we are covering the community
Yeah.
on those crosswalks. We had, I know Anna went with me, and we talked to a group, and then we're trying to see what we can to be ADA compliant. I know that staff did a great job, and then they let us know that it wasn't so great after all, right? So nothing about getting feedback, right, from the community that's really utilizing it. So I think that's a must-have.
I agree. Right now, I don't know where we're at on this, Alexis, but in downtown, we're using
Yep.
a robot to literally do an assessment on all our street sidewalks on ADA accessibility.
Well, I will say that
It's called Wally.
just a temporary season in my life when I was walking around with the boot when I broke my foot. And having to go through downtown was really difficult for me. And I went and I bought like gift cards from all the different little businesses. It was Christmas time. And it was hard getting in and out. And that's just temporary inconvenience for someone that I could still walk. But I think we've got a lot of work to do downtown.
Agreed. What's the RRFB?
That's a rapid flashing beacon. It's kind of similar to the one that we're going to be, or I'm trying to think where we have one right now, but it's like those pedestrian crosswalks, and they're flashing It's one of those flashers that you have for whenever you're crossing a street.
We just put some up like a year ago off of, right across from City Lake, right? To cross
Yes,
City Lake?
yes, exactly like that one.
Yeah, thank you.
There used to be some on Treasure Hills also, right in front of the, I don't know what happened, they just disappeared,
Yeah.
took them down. So I don't think we put them up.
So
Which
to your
ones?
point about the crosswalk at Arroyo Park, that's what this would do, correct? I think. we'll
I
add
think
that.
then, yes. I'm just looking in terms of a pure safety lens.
And the school zone flashers as well. Went to drop off the Moose today, and I meant to reach out to you guys, but the ones by ECA wasn't working well.
Do the schools participate in any of that?
No.
Just a question, I don't know.
They don't. You, by where?
ECA?
ECA?
I don't know what, I
Early
think Seventh
Childhood
Street?
Academy.
Yes, I've seen that. We need them there.
Yeah, just this morning, happened to be driving, and I saw it flashed a little bit, then it stopped flashing, and then, then you have to drop off your kid, and then you stop thinking about everything else and try not to hit anyone.
Well, they turn off at a certain time too. Was that?
No, it was like during drop-off.
Oh, okay.
So,
Usually staff does an assessment right before the season of school starting, and more than likely they did get to those, but, some of those are pretty old, and so more than likely just for now.
And I'm sorry, I missed the location, because I do know, I was talking to Arnold earlier today. He told me that they were having problems with one school, but if you could give me the location,
Yeah.
we can look into it.
yeah, absolutely.
All right, any other,
I think we're caught up.
we're good? Okay, thank you. Moving on.
Oh, last thing, actually, on 11, portable buildings for high-profile vehicles, storage 2 for fire on 11. We don't, Chief, we don't have anywhere to store those things?
No, not currently.
Even at the barn where we do the sand pickup, where everyone does the sand pick, we can't stick them in there?
What we'd rather do is have them at a station so we can turn them on and run them. If we leave them out there, they're just going to be out there, and nobody's going to maintain them.
The one on the station on Markowski, doesn't it have a bay that you can put it in?
Markowski, that's the training
I'm
field.
sorry, Glasscock.
Well, we have them at a station. Some of them are inside and most of them are outside.
Oh, okay.
We took over all 6 of them now. So we're going to maintain all 6.
So that I understand that when we talk about high-profile, we're talking about like the deuce and a halves?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, this was one project that we're going to talk about later this year when we talk about the debt issuance.
Yeah. No, I know the 4.5, yeah.
Yeah.
And so where would you like to station these 6 around town?
What we would do is probably maintain them at one station. Well, the plan is, if it's approved, we'll have all 6 of them at Station 8. That's where we were gonna put these, what we're looking at is metal buildings so that we can store them in there. And they can be maintained there by our staff. And if we see a storm coming or something, at that point, we'll disperse them to the different stations.
So like what Chief Daniels has, like one of those buildings.
Chief?
Gene Daniels over in Los Fresnos, he has a big metal building.
Yeah, it's just gonna be an addition to this, we can add it to the station, get a slab and then put a metal building there with doors.
And you're looking at the one on Grimes, right?
That is correct, Station 8. Yeah. And the 4.5, I know we mentioned the 4.5, that's for a smaller station for maybe just having 1 unit and 2 of the captains there. I know you talked about maybe getting a station with combining the administration and EOC. That's going to be a lot more. So whatever the wishes of the commission is, that'll be the amount that we're going to need.
Bank of America knew what you wanted that land for, man. They just demoed it. And they knew, baby.
I thought that's why they were knocking it down for us.
No, he seriously asked me, hey, so we're knocking it down for the fire station? No, we're not.
Thank you.
And then I apologize, Chief, one last thing. The drafting pit for training field, what is that?
Now, the drafting pit is what we use to do our pump test on our units, which is, we need to do that every year for ISO purposes. That's the only thing that is at Murkowski that needs to be transferred over to our new training field behind the EOC. If we can build that over there, we can actually sell the property at Murkowski if you all want to do that, and maybe use some of that money for the station, or whatever you want to do with that property. But that's the last thing that we need to move over there.
Well, once we start having the conversations about the capital outlay, I don't know that we're going to need to have additional external infusion of cash into that for now, so I think maybe we should hang on to that Markowski station because it could always be used for something else.
Sure.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Robert?
Just real quick, were we adding the RFB and adding the RRFB and the school flashers?
Yes.
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 I think last year, Commissioner Bettis and I asked y'all for kind of a running total of what we were adding, so that way we could see what that number looked like.
yeah.
If we could do that at the next,
For the next one, yeah.
at the next meeting.
We can have that.
Yeah. That way we know where we're at, and
Yes.
Gabe can tell us when we need to stop. Not just because he wants to, but
Huh?
because he needs to.
Where did we leave off? We did the building inspections at 84,000. That's the last one that we left off on.
Right, you're on page,
Then the tennis courts was 20. So
Yeah.
then we start with the enterprise funds, which include the sanitation, which are requesting $1,138,174. Brush and debris, $1,297,712. Landfill, $1,943,745. And Tony Butler, $2,070,000 for lighting project.
So sanitation has its own fund, right?
yes.
They do, but they are limited, yeah.
And they don't have any money?
No, they're in dire straits right now as for their
All right.
fund balance.
What was the mechanism that you all put in place? We talked about this, Robert, about the annual refunding or replenishing of this fund. Because there's at one point
What do
we
we
got
talk?
spent pretty low, and so what are we doing to make sure that it's,
So we had talked about making sure that they were at the 120-day threshold also, so we have not reached that.
so we're below the 120?
Oh, absolutely,
below, yeah.
by more than half.
Okay, but that's self-imposed. That has nothing to do with our INO rating and all that, right?
No, that is.
No.
Is
No,
part of
that's
our
what we-
policy.
Yes.
Right, but-
We didn't have anything prescribed or what have you, and so we did that.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right, and that'll match the general fund. But the one thing that we did do, because it was an accounting decision we had to make, was that the Keep Harlingen Beautiful funds were within the fund balance for sanitation, and we had to take them out.
Yeah.
Because they're not enterprise funds. So I don't know why they were there in the first place, but that brought it down.
Yeah.
So, and then we bought more equipment, so it's,
Okay.
I think it's under 30 days right now.
Right. Or less, yeah.
And so for Ruth, again, anything on its last legs that absolutely needs to be done?
The one, I'm sorry to get the question.
Anything on its last leg that absolutely needs to be replaced?
With this operation, I am going to tell you, the renovation to Public Works, we can wait on that. But other than that, like our equipment, I'm looking here on my notes. Those commercial side loaders, we're talking about a 2017 unit that needs to be replaced. It's already at its end of life, where it keeps going into the shop for repairs. The same thing with the unit 664 is also a 2020, it's already at 6 years old. And that's for sanitation. The Parcan, I know that's a project or a program that we started maybe about 2022. To be able to do that handicap route, be able to help, those residents. That wasn't done before they would assist, but with the regular refuse truck, right? So this was more efficient, but that route has grown so much from 2022 to now, to where right now that truck that we have fits maybe about 8 containers, so they're having to come back and dispose. So the one that we're proposing is a little bit larger, to where we'll be able to do a full route without having to come and to the transfer station to throw. So I do feel like that's something that we really need. And with the brush and debris, literally the grapples, the wheel loader, all those are 10 years old, 2016 units, 2016 that need to be replaced. The same thing with the grapple truck. One of them is a 2016, the other one's a 2019. And these are units that we use every single day, to be able to collect brush and able to do that operation. The 3 brush trucks, all 3 of them are 2017s, so it's almost at 10 years. And again, it's something that we use every single day. So we are spending money on repairs, right? They do go to our shop because they're so aged. So we're recommending for new equipment.
And then I know that in the past, we've had issues, I forgot what, remember we had issues, I think it was a side loader or something that was breaking down so much, and then we couldn't find parts for it.
Right, so we do.
Where are we at? Like, tell me, I apologize for speaking so loudly. I didn't mean to yell. What equipment on here is at that point where we can't even find parts and we're having to pull parts from junkyards?
So I do have some units, I'm like, especially on pickup trucks, I do know that we have a 2004 in our street maintenance unit that we won't find parts for. It's a 2004, 20-something years old, so.
It deserves a medal, an award.
Yes.
An award.
A truck walks into a bar.
All right, so what are your must-haves in terms of end of life, unable to find parts, and others that are costing more in the shop than it would to replace?
All our units, honestly, here on this list, all of them are already aged. The only thing I can think of right now that, we had to spare for maybe next year, I would say, because we did have here for a new long-haul driver, right? Because our trash, we get so much trash into the transfer station, we do need another route to be able to transport that trash to the landfill. So we had included a unit to do that, so we can do that. For example, we put 3 tractor rig days under landfill. So we put 3, but with 2 to replace 558, 559. Those units are 2017s. So the third one, we can still try to work with what we have and not add another route. So instead of 3, maybe we could do it to 2.
All right, give me a second.
Excuse me. Excuse me, may I ask a question?
Let's let Lopez finish, and then we'll recognize you.
Oh, no, I was just done. I just
You're done?
wanted to, yes.
Okay, go ahead, Morales.
On all of these, on this equipment, can we lease any of this for 3 years? Like the vehicles for the PD?
I know I had briefly started looking into leasing heavy equipment. I know the city of Bronzeville, I was speaking with the landfill manager last week, and they started leasing heavy equipment through the landfill, right? So I know that there is those possibilities there. I mean, we can work into, I can look into it a little bit deeper if that's something that, you all are interested in, and see if that's an option.
Chris,
the main reason we would want to seriously consider leasing is to avoid all of that maintenance cost, and then we're stuck with it after 3 or 4 years. To me, it's something that I really need. I would appreciate if you would consider this, and that also not only goes to your department, but throughout the other departments as well. Thank you.
I think that's a great idea, but Gabe, just a question. So at the beginning, I asked how much money we have, and you said none in sanitation. So if they don't have any money in the fund, how do we propose to pay for any of these items? Where's that money going to come from?
Well, you would have to make a transfer from the general fund balance to this fund, and then just have a record that the fund itself would repay back
Reimburse.
the debt, yes, but that would be long-term, because the sanitation fund right now is, like I mentioned earlier, is in dire straits. It doesn't have enough money to buy.
Anything?
And we had agreed as a policy to keep the fund balance at 120 days for emergencies. And right now, if we have an emergency, we're not going to be able to sustain that. That is longer than I think 30 or 40 days, because they'd run out of money. So we'd have to keep that fund alive by transferring funds from the general fund balance just to keep it.
So what is your recommendation? Because we're asking Ruth to kind of tell us, but realistically, what can we do? Or what do you feel comfortable with?
Well, I think I would like to see how these trucks that she wants to replace, how long they've been how often they've been in the shop, yes. And then just look at it. If they want to be replaced just because they're old, it doesn't really make any sense. But I think that if we can get a handle on how many times they've been into the shop and for what exactly, then we can perhaps come up with some sort of long-term solution. But I think right now, just to replace them because they're old, I don't think it's a good idea.
Okay. So could you bring that to us at the next workshop? I think we're going to propose to cancel our Monday.
Yes, we are.
And so we'll have a little more time to work on that, just because there is no, there is no money in this specific account, and so I think Gabe's got a good strategy, so that way you can show, and if it's needed, then it's needed, and we need to have that conversation.
Can we also look into getting the numbers for the leasing?
For the leasing, yes.
I think it's a great idea.
That's a good idea.
Yes.
Okay.
My biggest fear, if this commissioner remembers, and for the public, is that 1 year, and just food for thought, right, as we proceed forward. Obviously, I'm not making a push to buy anything big now, but remember that 1 year we held off on the fire truck?
Yeah, I
And
remember.
one fire truck jumped from 800 to 1.2 million in 1 year. And so I'm trying to figure out logically and financially how we can avoid anything catastrophic like that. And then the other issue is that I had always appreciated how the public likes their trash picked up, but when we had the trash trucks down, man, people were angry. Like I was a little surprised, caught off guard by that, but those are the issues I'm trying to balance. I think we need to look at.
Right. I think Gabe has an excellent point. We need to look to see if they do need to be replaced, then we need to have a solution. But we can't ignore that there's no money in the account.
Of course, I agree 100%.
Okay. All right, great. At this time, it is 7:51. We're going to take a 5-minute comfort break, and we'll be right back. bigger one last time was really good. All right, the time is now 7:59 PM, and we are back in open session. We were going to start over on Tony Butler. Just want to see how the commission feels, if you want to continue to move forward, given that seems like we don't have accurate numbers, and there's a lot of work to be done. Does the commission want to move forward and complete the workshop, or do we want to postpone so that way we have actual numbers in front of us and give Gabe the opportunity to go back and see what we've got from PD, and then we've given a lot of homework already. So I'll leave it open to y'all. We can move forward, or we can just call it and come back with additional numbers.
In my mind, we have to do the work one way or the other, and the way I see it, we're already cutting things from the request list, so.
Okay, all right, then we'll proceed. We were at the Tony, Jeff wants $2 million. Next.
Way to sandbag him right out the gate. He wants $2 million.
Is it that you don't want $2 million?
No, I do want $2 million. I want y'all to at least consider it. When y'all did the renovation 2 years ago, the next year, which is last year, we did eclipse the 1 million mark for the first time. This year, this fiscal year, we are at $1.5 million, and we're probably gonna beat last year's number by over $600,000
That's great.
over a year. So we're making money. So if you build it, people will come, and that's the policy we're doing now. We want to light 19 through 27, and so people can play at night. Nobody else can. We will have all the golfers at that time because nobody else has lights on their golf course around here.
I remember Lopez saying, we're going to give you this, but don't ever come back. I'm just saying, we're all here. So
You said
I wonder
somewhere
what
hot dogs or something like that.
our pro tem here has to say now. I'll
you
punt
said-
it over to him.
You said sell more hot dogs, and we did. I'm showing you, we made $600,000 more now than we did.
I'm really impressed. And no one wants nighttime golf more than me for you. So
We'll put it on next year then.
so what's that?
We'll put it on next year and think about it. Sound good?
Okay, so what,
Jeff, just before
Yes.
you, is there a way that you can, not this year, but next year, do a phased-in plan?
Yes.
And then if you can also, next year, we want to make sure that we're completely in the black and doing well and all that stuff, so it can be justified?
Right, correct, yes.
Perfect.
I'm sure we can.
Thank you very much.
We did just get the lights on the driving range, so we'll start opening and doing that shortly. We need to have an opening for that, but, so people will be able to hit practice balls on the range.
Oh, great.
So that's,
If I may, Mission, at their municipal golf course, they implemented the whole 18-hole golf course with lights. I think they spent close to $3.2 million. I've been trying to get a tee time for that. I can't. And I've been, calling almost every week just so that y'all can have that, idea for next year, because I think it'll be a great thing to have here in Harlingen, to have the second one in the valley that has a night golf and, be busy all the time.
Are you hearing that, Jeff? So what I heard is Chris is golfing in Mission.
Regardless, Commissioner Perez is going to lose his ball in the daytime or night. I don't know if this is really going to help.
All right. Moving on.
So the next section is, this is the vehicle replacement. They're requesting a fleet service truck, 50,000. The next section is the requested positions. These were all just requests, though none of these have been funded.
Okay.
Communications and media are requesting 4 positions at $285,120. One for the internal auditor. We are requesting one to assist in the payroll. Information technologies is requesting 2 positions. Police is police records is requesting 2. Engineering is requesting 1. Public works street maintenance is requesting 4 positions.
I'm going to stop you real quick, Robert, and we'll recognize Mesmer. Got a question?
I guess this is more of a Gabe question. These are brand-new positions,
Yes, sir.
in addition to the 600 and whatever employees we have.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Continue.
Public Works Street Maintenance is 4 positions. Public Works Street Drainage is 5 positions. Parks is requesting a whole bunch of positions. Can't count that fast, but Library is requesting 2 positions. Planning and Development is requesting
One.
1 position.
That's the one we've already talked about, correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Health is requesting 1 health inspector and 1 animal care service officer. Public Works, Public Buildings is requesting 4 positions. Building Inspections is a plans examiner. Administration is requesting a reclassification from an Admin 1 to an Admin 2. Engineering is requesting a reclassification of engineering technician to a project engineer. Public Works Paving is requesting a reclassification from a groundskeeper to a paving crew. So these reclassifications are employees that we already exist. They're just trying to reclassify them. Parks is requesting a salary adjustment for the master electrician, salary increase. Tennis Courts is requesting a tennis shop maintenance assistant. Convention CVB is requesting a social media and marketing. I believe this one is being considered because it's through the hotel motel.
If we can stop real quick.
Sure.
I think we need to really look at that master electrician salary increase because of all, all the different projects we have throughout the city, through all the different departments. And I know we've had, I forgot who mentioned it, but we've had that slot open for, right? It's been open for a while. Yeah, I think.
Well, it's a vacant spot?
Correct. No one's applied for it because.
Didn't we talk about that last year, that
Yeah.
nobody was going to apply because it was too low?
We need to increase it.
Okay, well, so then that's a given. We already had, maybe that should have come to us before, because we had this whole conversation last year about that it was too, that nobody was going to apply,
After,
and nobody applied.
they're
Okay.
holding out. Someone's watching, waiting.
In that rogue. right?
Yeah, in that rogue.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions on those that I've gone over?
I think that if, for CVB, if that's coming out of the hot tax, then we should fund that. I don't know why. I think that department now only has 1 person. I think that's Cassandra. I don't know if she's here. I don't think there's any other departments with just 1 person.
I'm so excited I get to talk to you guys. So yes, it's just me, and it would be wonderful to have an addition to the team, and it is coming from the fund balance of the hotel motel, not from the general fund, and so we're getting a new hotel. That means we're getting more revenue next year, so that means we need to market it better and more.
And I think now we have VIA coming in with a new director, and they can work a little closer with our CVB to promote tourism. I think that, and I know that Cassandra kind of helps in other departments as well. So I don't see, if it's in the budget, it's within your budget, correct?
Yeah, I was like, wait, where'd he go? Yes, it is. And like I said, we're getting a new hotel online next year, and I know that there's some others on the horizon. So that's only going to increase our revenue year after year in the hot funds revenues.
I don't think I've ever seen a director that has come up so happy to talk to you guys before.
Because it's positive, it's going to be great. We have the money. We definitely need another employee in CVB. Like I said, it's just me, but now we have a secretary, so I have help a little bit.
That's great. Okay. So is that fine? Does anybody have an issue? Okay. All right. Fantastic. Thank you. What about, I do have a question for Parks.
Yes.
All right, so talk to me because what is it that, you've got a lot here. I see a lot of the little like recreation assistants and stuff too. I've been meaning to ask this in terms of how you're managing, like, the pickleball courts. Do you have somebody there, or are they, the pickleball
We
community
do.
kind
We
of
have our
doing it themselves?
wellness outreach coordinator, Sasha
Okay.
Lucio, so she's there. So she does assist with that.
In the evening, too?
She's there up until 5 o'clock, and then our parks team will go close at 8 o'clock.
So there's no
Closing
one there
time.
in the evening?
Yeah. And we've been utilizing our park staff to help the rec side
Mhm.
where we can, especially with softball at night.
Mhm.
But that's just kind of eating up at our overtime account.
So if you are going to, I'm looking at our agenda and looking at potentially having a pro shop, are you going to need somebody there?
Yes, so we
Can
would,
they
we would
do
definitely need the recreation assistant.
double duty?
That would be part of their duty, as well as other duties would be the night softball leagues.
Mhm.
Also, looking at concession stand, running that. But also look at our programming as well. So if we expand our recreation programming, our youth, our seniors, it's going to be helpful from the recreation side, and it's desperately needed.
Do you think, and I know you've been with the organization maybe a year, year and a half,
Almost 2 years already.
that we've been as effective and efficient as we can be maintaining our facilities?
So one, our team is doing a great job for what we have. But I think looking at how efficient we can be, I think we need this extra staffing for all our facilities. So whether it's community center, working with Public Works and public buildings and how we can improve those areas, but also just our athletic field facilities. If we look at Victor Park, if we look at even Pendleton, if we look at Wilson, Tom Youth, looking at those assessments. I know Lupe, our athletic supervisor, has gone out there to take notes, going out there to do an assessment. We need the help.
We had Scala from his department, and, more and more and more, and he does need the help. They're overwhelmed. I actually had a post where I was talking about parks or something, and I'm assuming he was one of the employees, from what he was saying, he says, yeah, we need help. We're overwhelmed. We need help. I'm like, that's what we're going to try to do. I don't know if we can afford much, but we need to help them in some way.
And then, for instance, the aquatic pool operator, since now that we're gonna have 3 fully operating pools, Loncy Hill splash pad pool renovations, and then we have Trejo Garcia Park new splash pad coming.
Garza,
sorry. Those are extra areas where Caesar, our aquatic supervisor, he's gonna need some assistance. We don't have a pool operator.
So you're asking for 15 positions?
With RAM and others more, but I have looked into it to cut down if we needed to, but.
So what does that look like in terms of what you need?
So when we're looking at from the groundskeeper's perspective, 3 would be ideal. We can get 3 there. The maintenance tech, we're requesting 2. We could use an extra 1 there. Johnny, Enio, and those guys could use a lot of help, especially with a lot of the restoration projects that we're doing right now with our current playgrounds, and looking into replacing some of those slides and equipment. That's the team that's going to be doing it. Recreation assistant, we're requesting 3. Ideally, if we can get 2, that'd be perfect. Management assistant.
What is that?
So management assistant would oversee all the admins. They would be really heavily with the budget in areas, but me and Pedro, we can work on that. So we can do without that one if we need to cut.
And you said the aquatic pool operator, correct?
That one, I would like to request it. When we look at the park superintendent, park supervisor, as of right now, we have 1 supervisor, which is Martin. Reliable, great individual, but we do need another supervisor. That way we can now be efficient in dividing the city in a sense to teams now, where the supervisors can actually go and supervise and check all the parks. A lot of times Martin is really involved with the operations and he gets tied up. Same thing with Johnny, our superintendent, very involved with operations. So that superintendent we're looking at is, yes, involvement with operations, but also part of the team with strategic planning and looking and like forecasting the future for what we can do and be involved with projects. So those are some of the.
How would you do about trying to get coverage after hours, like after 5 o'clock?
So what we did right now, we discussed this, is one thing when I came in as interim, we created the afternoon crew. So now we do have an afternoon crew that comes in from 2 to 10. What we recently implemented is the weekend crew now, but we don't work on Sundays. So we are now having a crew that's here on Saturdays. And that crew also helps with ballpark maintenance for striping for tournaments, but they're also there for rentals, any issues that we get calls on the weekend. So right now, when we get a call for a rental issue, trash, garbage, electrical issue, light issue, Martin, Danielle, Eric, one of those guys will come in. But now this way we have staff available now to part of their day-to-day work schedule. So it won't really eat up into our overtime.
Are you saying that there are staff members that are working from 2 to 10?
So they work their regular hours in the afternoon shifts, but they're also closing restrooms and closing the parks. So beforehand, we would have a regular shift, and then we would have staff come back, and they would close the parks and the restrooms. But now what happens is whether it's downtown or any issues, we have a crew now that works afternoon shift.
And you have 3 people in the crew? I'm sorry, Mayor.
It's 2.
So okay, just so I understand, they're working 2 to 10, that's their schedule, so they're not working till 5 and then going back to.
No, that's their schedule.
That's their schedule.
And we rotate it. So 1 week will be, let's just pretend, crew A, and then next week crew B. So it's a rotational schedule throughout the crews.
And what are they doing?
From picking up, maintaining the grounds, trash. They also make their way downtown too to see if there's any need there. Lozano. If we get a call complaint, they're already on the premise. They're already working. No longer do we have to call our supervisors to come in or our crew leaders to come in. We have staff available now. So it's a lot quicker turnaround time too. If PD calls our superintendent for an issue, they're available to handle that. If there's a community center, pickleball, something comes up, they're already there and they can go to community center as well.
Okay, so now you have gone to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people, 9.
Where'd you get the 9? Shoot, I got 8.
So there's another parks ground supervisor, another superintendent, 3
Oh,
parks.
another superintendent, is that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's one I missed.
3 of the.
Thank you.
You got it? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And while I'm here, if we want to jump to tennis really quick, Ram expressed his need for some help there with a tennis shop maintenance assistant because one, they would help keep the area clean for all the tournaments he's having, but he also needs that position to where he can flex also on weekends because of all the tournaments that he has. He's eating up into his overtime account. So this position would fall into that weekend realm as well.
Where is that?
That would be
page
under
26.
tennis courts, tennis shop maintenance assistant.
Okay, I saw it here. Is that a part-time position?
As of right now, it's
No.
a full-time position.
Okay.
And I do think we need this one, because Ram is.
For tennis?
Yeah, for tennis. It's
Okay.
very short-staffed over there, and he's done such a great job. He was there when it was recognized by the USTA.
Ram is doing an outstanding job
Oh,
out
yeah.
there.
So I think we need to get him this one.
And the master electrician, we did have one applicant, but the day of his interview, he backed out. But
What did you tell him?
He just called and he just said, never mind, he backed out, but.
You told him wait till after the budget.
He was like, oh, I saw the posted salary, never mind.
So that one, the current salary hovers around 42,000, and I believe we're requesting $60,000 a year for that one.
Wait, The one I'm looking at, sorry, you said 60,000. Let me just ask the question.
Yeah.
Which rule is that?
That is the master electrician.
Yeah, okay, that's the one.
And that one we did work and we gauged with other cities, and that's pretty much the mark.
But it's just, they already budgeted.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
it's
just an increase.
I thought he was saying the tennis shop maintenance assistant for 60,000.
No.
That's why I
No,
had.
no.
No.
I was like, yeah, that's why I freaked out.
No.
Pump the brakes, okay.
I'll definitely get applicants for that one.
So these recreation assistants, if you were to get two, tell me what they would do?
Ideally, since we're gonna have the pro shop, we definitely would have one there for sure. They would help man that. But also because of our softball programming, we've been moving Parks team to help facilitate that. But in this case, now that we would have them also show up there during the season, we'll have a tent, Parks and Rec, all the paperwork ready. If there's a protest, if there's any need, they will be there, but they'll be also available for all our programming. So as we expand in our programming, they'll be there and we can flex their schedule. So they'll be able to meet an afternoon program.
Okay.
So.
We talked about for the pro shop, Mayor, just for y'all's background, is that no one's gonna, you're gonna do it by hour, right? So they may work in the evenings when it's cooler, rather than like the, the hottest time of the day, so they.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking about when staff works from 8 to 5, and then everybody goes play pickleball in the evening, so then there's nobody there.
Correct.
So it would be nice to have someone, as we're investing in the community center, to have someone kind of just keeping an eye on things. I know we had gotten some complaints. One of the instructors there said they had some issues with somebody that was attending the class, that just, having a presence of someone from the city. And I know I've played it has been a long time, but before we had the pickleball courts in the back, outside, and really it's just the people playing that are kind of making sure that everything is kosher, instead of having a city presence. So I think it's important, especially because you have more families going out too. So if you're going to have somebody that's going to do both, it would be nice if they are in the pro shop and also kind of monitoring what's going on, and that just requires one person, I would imagine. No, I mean, at a time, you could have more than one, but I'm saying, I think they could, close up the shop.
Right.
And still be there present, and, if there's something that's needed, they can open it up, but also kind of making sure that everything is, we're providing a safe space for everybody.
And I had a question. I mean, if you were to get one of these guys, because the community center, like the pickleball court, it's not open during the weekend?
So as of right now, we're supposed to be closing at 8 o'clock. But ideally, once we get the pro shop going, we get the lights on the north end going, we were gonna have it with the schedule of our ordinance for parks at 10 o'clock.
No, on the weekends too?
And then on the weekends, again, we do have a park crew there available. Depending on the need for this rec assistant, they can be flexed to the weekend as well.
Yeah, because I noticed like my daughter Chloe, she always wants to go play pickleball, and it's always during the weekend, but I'm like, oh, it's closed, we can't go.
Well, no, it's open
It
on the
is?
weekend. It's supposed to be open on the weekends. Yeah, so if there's an issue there, then I need to look into it. It's open play. So
And when you say weekends, it's Saturday and Sunday? or
Saturday
just-
and Sunday, it's open play. Yeah, it's supposed to be open and free. It's similar to a lot of the cities that we gauged. City of San Antonio, they have it open. There's no one manning it. It's just open play.
So and I know this is probably, I might be the only one that's going to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. What about, pickleball is a very expensive sport to go in and pay to go play in other places all across the region. And the pickleball community really want to, they go all over to play. What about having a small fee, like $5 or something like that, to play per month? Would y'all feel comfortable with that? And then that money can go back to, purchase kind of like at the swimming pool, we charge $1 each time they go in. They play, every time they go, it's $1. If they pay, $5 a month or $3 a month.
Similar
or
to
just-
swimming. I mean, we charge $1 to go swim. I mean,
Or just something like that.
Or 20.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for that tip.
Well, I'm
Didn't have
just,
change for 20, so they got the whole 20.
oh.
Oh,
my
I thought you were
goodness.
saying charging 20.
Well, me too. I was like, calm down. I'm
No.
saying $5, not 20.
The kid was like, I have no change, so you got to do what you got to do. And I was like, I guess I'm going to.
You're like,
There you go.
Here's
okay.
lunch. But if we were going to do something like that, I think that the community, I mean, we can talk about it and see what the community says, but if, say you charge $5 a month and it's open play, and then you'd have to have somebody there to kind of, ensure that they're looking to see they got some kind of a pass or something.
Or a system to scan in and.
Or some kind of
different things, yeah.
system, then that money, that can go right back into the pickleball to buy more, more balls to play and potentially offset the cost of having somebody there the entire time. I think that's a reasonable fee. I mean.
I think that's very reasonable.
I know that I would pay it. I mean, most places you're going to pay $70, $80 a month to play.
Well, it is, man, every place like I've been around the region, like you've mentioned, in the state, it is a very expensive sport to play. So $5 is not much. I mean, well, it is to a lot of people. I shouldn't say much, but.
I mean, it could be $5 a family. I mean, it
could be
doesn't
by
have.
family, it could
yeah.
be by month.
We
it
can
could
look
be by
into it. I
something.
mean, I can get with our team and try to put something together and see what we can.
Maybe just,
Brainstorm it for a little while.
yeah, and I would say have some kind of outreach to gauge whether people would be open to that.
Just remember, we have to adjust the master fee ordinance before we start charging.
I'm just saying, we already charge in other facilities for other things. This would just, and we're bringing this on as a new activity, but we're not, we don't have a fee associated with it. And I think more people go, like if you charge $1 each time, they'll probably end up paying more than $5 a month. So
Probably. I think that's a good idea.
I think that just, and now you're a member of the community center and go and play whenever you want. And I would even think that it'd be fine for, husband, wife, and kids, $5 $5 a month. And that's just money that you're generating that can go back into the, keeping up, maintaining it.
Just going back to so it is open on the weekends.
I will get with my team to make sure that they are opening on the weekends.
And we're talking about
the back part of the pickleball court, the work that we did and the cities that we gauged and benchmarked to, it was supposed to be open on the weekends.
This is
Proper
news to
play.
me.
Yeah, that's the intent. It was supposed to be open on the weekends.
So if we are going to entertain this, and it sounds like the commission is okay with it, if you can just kind of give us some proposed rates that you think is reasonable, and then what that would look like in terms of making it easy, streamlined, so that way, it's not a burden on staff to ensure that the people that are coming in are actually quote-unquote members. And then also, I'd like for there to be a physical presence of someone from the city during those operating hours, so that it makes sense that, this is the reason why there's an additional fee, because there's also presence, and then you've got the pro shop open for whatever it is that y'all are selling in there. And I'm assuming that that the proceeds from the pro shop will go back into the community center? Is that right? Or is that just good general fund money?
I'm sorry, I was talking to Commissioner Lopez.
No sidebar conversation, sir.
I'm sorry, okay, I'm sorry.
So.
What was the question?
The question is.
I love how it's the second person that gets in trouble, not the person that initiates it, right? Yeah.
No, say Daniel's name too.
Yeah, I would think it's general fund. I mean, it's like our softball community, like they pay for softball, they play softball, it goes straight back to general fund.
Well, no, I want to know what the question was before.
So the question was, the proceeds from the pro shop, will that money go back into the community center for the programming that we've got there?
No, It'll go into the general fund.
into general fund.
Yeah, that's a accounting requirement.
Okay.
So, thinking big picture, are you thinking that you want to charge for like all the classes? Are you thinking you're going to want to charge to use the community center at Pendleton Park once that's up and running, or at Wilson? I'm just,
Yeah, no,
That's-
what I envision truthfully is that you pay $5 a month and you have a membership card and you can go anywhere in the city and use the services that we have. Like, why should we have to your point with your dollar, you know, like, my kids go swim at Pendleton and, you know, we go to community center and do all these different activities. You know, everything that we have, whether there's a fee for it or not, at this point, you could take advantage of everything, including, we want the rec center to be accessible to all. And that's a quality of life project, but I think that I feel that the recreation and our facilities and everything that we're investing, taxpayers are paying for that for Harlingen. So they should be able to access it, it should be accessible to them at a reasonable cost, and I think $5 is fine for a family. And then you can identify, oh, I've got people from La Feria, I got people from San Benito, I got people from Brownsville, another fee for them, because they're not Harlingen residents. Just like you would if you'd go to like a YMCA, you'd have to pay for a day pass. Maybe we need to implement something like that, because I guarantee you, I know for sure that there's a judge that lives in the Upper Valley and swims and pays $1 to come in, you know, during lunch hour, and swims in our community, which is fine. But that takes it away from a Harlingen resident, so they should pay a premium fee.
I just actually.
Disagree?
Well, I got some information right now that, from someone that's watching, that they're telling me that Brownsville charges $3 per person to play pickleball at their sports complex.
I'm aware, everybody charges, but that just because everybody's doing it doesn't mean we have to do it. I think it should still be accessible. I want the person that, you know, is struggling and maybe, you know, they don't have disposable income to be able to be able to go all the time. So it's not so much that we want to make money off of it, because we're not. It's not revenue generating, but they're paying something, and then that, you know, in turn, we can offset some of the costs. And if we're going to open it up to others, and, you know, in other communities, if we have a membership base, then we can say, okay, you know, your address is, just like we do for the landfill and any other. Whenever we have our events and they say, bring your water bill, it's not open to everybody. It's open to our residents, and I think our residents deserve priority.
we're going to have to look at the cost of like a POS system.
Okay, it's an investment.
And then the keypad and that whole
It's
thing.
2026. We need to do that. And I think and as we get ready and gear up for the rec center, we're gonna have to do it anyway.
Yeah.
Might as well take care of that now. Yeah, I mean, that's better than paying $3 every time you go.
So you're talking like what they do, not that I have much experience, I've done it a couple times, but at the gym, where you go and then you show your phone or something and they just scan it, and you just go right in.
Yeah, we need to find a way to do that, and then that'll be better for, maybe the library can help us. I'm sure they've got something going on, at the, there you go.
We have like also special software.
Correct.
I've been told, and I just want to say for the record, even if we go cashless, I'm going to say this here, we'll make exceptions for the library. We want the library to always have funding. We want you to sell your books, and the library is the exception because you are where our kids feel safe. So I heard that there was this rumor that.
She didn't get invited up, but she's gonna make the most of it, baby.
No one's talking to you, Donna. So anyhow, I just think that we need to, you know, it's a great time. We want to break ground in the rec center January 2027, right? And so that means it's going to come here before you know it. So let's get on it and let's have a system in place. And maybe, maybe if it works great, then the golf course might want to have participate in it too.
Oh, they already have one. A point-of-sale system?
Oh, no, but I'm saying like just their membership card, and whether if it's going to be, you know, whether you need a human being, right, to enter into play. Is that what you're saying?
And this is my fear, is that the system itself is gonna cost more. Like, we're losing money by buying the system, and then people are paying like $3 or $5 or whatever it is, right? And we're never gonna recoup the cost of the system and the infrastructure itself. So my concern is we're actually gonna lose money and go more into the hole on
Yeah, I
this.
don't think that that's true, because you can go to any of these like 24-hour gyms and you just scan and you get in. I don't think it's that expensive.
If I may,
Mhm.
there is a software out there called Great Trunk where you can just scan it with a phone and you get all the information that you need to.
Yeah, there's
And
gotta be a
it's-
way.
And it's about $400 for 50 assets. So let's just say you have 200 people visiting the building, it's $1,200.
Yeah.
And the more that you add, the more inexpensive it becomes, so.
Just look into it and see, I mean, to Commissioner Lopez's point, if it's, you know, it doesn't make, it's not cost effective, then it's not, but I think we're gonna have to figure something out. I do think that the $1 is, and $2, for people that don't carry cash and that kind of stuff, it's like people that have $20 on them and then they lose all their money.
Was that you?
It was, I actually put it down on my taxes as a donation at that point, right?
So it was you?
Yes, it was me.
So, anyhow, I would really like to see that, and we're gonna need something for the rec center anyhow, to be able to implement that, so, okay.
Called him about it.
I would have walked away.
And then
I would've
maybe,
paid
maybe,
25.
just kind of see what's a reasonable cost.
Okay. So I think Juan's asking, the last question he's asking is Parks gonna keep the money that they're making?
No. It goes to the general fund.
He said that's required to go to the general
Yeah,
fund.
it is.
Why is it required?
Because that's GASB accounting. Because that's the accounting system that we use. What's a GASB accounting?
It's because those public buildings are
accounted for in the general fund, and so that's where any other money that those buildings make.
Now, we can always increase our expenses because of the added revenue.
Yep.
That's the way that's where you give it back
Right.
to them.
So I think it's just a matter of tracking it,
Mhm, yeah,
tracking
it
it
is.
to know what, you know, what it is that we're making year after year.
I mean,
I'm
we're-
sure
we're-
that they already have it, like at the swimming.
I mean, you could commit the money, like if you're saying that any of the money that comes in for that building, you can commit it, it goes into the general fund, and then we can commit it and say that money is gonna be set aside specifically for,
Yeah, just like Jeff Hart's trying to do.
for renovations or any
Right.
additions to the pro shop there.
Mhm. Yeah, we can just increase their expenditure
Right.
whenever they start making more money, and that's the way to get it back.
All right, so then that's what we're gonna do, is just bring the money back to the different departments, whether it's the library, whomever.
Well, we do that now. If,
I think that they don't make enough none of them are self-sustaining.
oh, no. Most of our parks, Mayor, lose money.
Right. I just, but it is a great idea to keep track of it, and it also gives us data of how many people are attending, and we don't have that information.
If I could just rephrase that, all of our parks lose money.
Right, and I'm okay with that because it is a quality of life initiative, so, yeah. All right,
Robert?
thank you.
All of our parks and buildings lose one. So, any questions on the positions that?
Well, Donna was asking, she was trying to be very smooth over there. She needs a library assistant and two assistants.
Yes, we have a 48,000 square foot building, 5 service desks, and we're open 58 hours a week. And historically, we've relied very heavily on work-study, workforce, and volunteers. Unfortunately, a lot of those positions that we used to get are federally funded. And as agencies are losing funding, we're losing those extra staff members that we really rely very heavily on.
You guys run a fantastic ship. Every time I've gone, it's been very clean, organized. I've always gotten a lot of work done when I've gone. Youth or adult?
Youth.
Okay.
Thank you.
I can support that.
Yeah, I've done the same thing when I go to the library. They're very sufficient.
And we already said yes to planning, correct?
Correct.
The city planner?
The city, we did?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
I thought you said that.
Me? No,
At
not,
the outset of the meeting?
the
Like,
city,
before we got into the positions?
no, that we added $100,000 for planning equipment that they needed, the tables,
For this person?
yeah, but I didn't say this person.
Okay.
It was capital equipment that we said we added back,
Okay.
yeah. And it
What's,
was,
oh, yeah.
and it was $100,000.
What's the 4,000 for the door to fix it?
That's actually something that has already been addressed.
Where's that in personnel? Is that in,
Just remind me.
oh,
I was gonna say though, so does this mean that it will be the city planner, not the senior planner? Because that was the option, the two options. So we requested 75,000 for a senior planner or a city planner,
Which one do you need more?
senior planner.
you've only got one here.
Yeah, so it was inputted in the budget as either or, and the amount that we had put in, it was 75,000.
No, this says 65.
I understand, but well, the original request, it was that, $75,000.
Okay, I didn't change it.
So then, wait.
I have it in the budget, I can show it to you.
What's the difference between a city planner and a, did you say senior planner?
Senior planner, yes.
Tell me.
So one of the things that we're lacking right now is that we don't have a staff dedicated to focus on the long-range planning aspect. And so that will be your comprehensive plan, looking at maybe neighborhood plans, things of that nature. Everything, basically the city planners handle current planning. And so that's basically your zoning requests that come in every month, and then subdivision review.
And a senior planner has what kind of experience or?
So they're typically more tenure than a planner. A planner is technically an entry-level position in the planning field. And so this person, I mean, ideally would have at least 5-6 years of experience. And so they need to be able to also, amend ordinances and things like that.
So that I'm tracking, on the bottom of page 24, it says city planner. We're changing that from city planner to senior planner.
Well, that will be my ask.
Okay, and then, are you still wanting on page 25, the plans examiner?
Yes, for the buildings division.
Thank you.
And that's adding another 10,000 onto that position.
So does it go up to 100?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Boy, this budget's gonna look real good once we finish.
Well, we're trying here. There's no.
Guarantee, it's just.
Correct. We're going to see where we're at. but- Okay. What about Shannon? You got some asks?
I have a question. May I?
Yes, ma'am.
On the animal care service officer, Shannon,
Yes, ma'am.
how many do you have right now?
We have 3 officers and 1 senior. And honestly, we've been at that staff for the 21 years that I've been with the city. And as much as the city has grown, we're stretched thin. We're doing a lot of education. We're just doing a lot of outreach, addressing dog issues, animal issues in general. This year, in all honesty, it seems like we've had quite a few animal cruelty cases, and those take an extreme amount of time. We work with PD, the court cases, to process those, to see if the DA is going to prosecute those, and things like that. It's just very time-consuming, and we're just stretched very thin.
So for the last,
I'm sorry, this is gonna need a truck too, right?
Yes.
Vehicle, do you have that somewhere else in here?
That was an error and oversight on my part. I did not put that truck in there.
Okay.
so for the last 21 years, you've had 3 and 1 senior?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow, you found, I mean, you've mentioned that right now, but in this past year that your animal cruelty cases has, about what percentage has it increased?
In years past, I can't tell you that we've had an actual cruelty case each year or anything. This year alone, off the top of my head, I would say we've had at least 4.
Okay.
So
It's definitely increased.
absolutely.
Okay.
And we're very thankful for PD and the assistance, and working with them, but it is very time consuming.
And for constituents being so vigilant that they're actually reporting this?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
That's all
ma'am.
I got.
Can you get the cost for what it would take to equip this person with the truck and any other equipment they would need?
Honestly, it'd really just be the truck. The other equipment, the catch poles, the minor additional equipment, we already have. So really, our biggest expense would just be the truck and the employee itself.
And that's the F-150, right? Because we tried to do a Ranger last time, and it didn't work.
Yeah, because of the size of dogs
Right.
that we work with, yes, we would need the F-150.
And then you've got a health inspector. What's going on with that?
Honestly, it's about the same. In the 21 years I've been here, we've had the 3 same health inspectors, or not the same health inspectors, but the same 3 positions. It's actually 2 health inspectors and 1 senior. Our restaurants have increased in number in 21 years. And even on top of that, our mosquito control, our vector control, with us annexing acreage and areas and creating subdivisions and things like that, they're just not able to spray as quickly as we would like. We all know when it rains, everybody wants their area to be sprayed now. And with the expansion in 21 years, we're just not able to do that coverage, what I feel is in a timely manner. The health inspectors do the best they can. They work 8 hours, and then they go home for an hour or 2 and come back and spray for 4 hours. So for at least a week, they're working 12-hour days, at least.
You had me at
And
mosquitoes.
it's very tough. I'm sorry?
You had me at mosquitoes, right there.
You had me at hello.
Right.
Okay.
You're also gonna need a truck.
That one, we do have a truck.
You
Okay,
have it in
great.
stock already,
Yes.
along with the
That,
apparatus?
well, that's the 2008 truck that we had discussed with you and we had sent to be, again, I keep wanting to say refurbished, it's not refurbished, but like an overhaul done on it. So we've spent $20,000 on that truck to have it overhauled. So we do have that truck. But it is a 2008, it has roughly 120,000 miles on it. So it's not a new truck by any means, but we do have a vehicle.
It'll go another year.
We will make it go another year.
$20,000 better.
I was like, if you didn't purchase, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon.
Since we're all asking for employees,
This is all you back there. That was all.
You don't get it if you don't ask.
Yeah, never know, man.
we are asking for one in finance and purchasing. But any other questions on here?
Tell us what you need, Robert. Why?
So we're asking actually for in finance, we are asking for like a payroll accountant because we have one payroll accountant and we have grown significantly to almost 700 employees. And so now we have a deadline. So when we process our payroll, we process up to the minute. We have no payroll periods in arrears. So we process up to like Wednesday. So our payroll period ends Tuesday, we process Wednesday, and we pay on Thursday. So that has become overwhelming for that one person. So we've had to have other senior accountants help her with that process in order to get it in time because our deadline is at 4 o'clock on payroll.
What page is that?
That is on page 22.
Right in the middle of the page.
I think you screen,
I didn't see that, huh?
on the screen.
Oh, okay, but to mark it on my,
No, the page after you see it.
And that one would be general fund funded.
so this is finance.
Right.
We can't use CVB to pay for this?
No, no.
I thought you were going to say,
wish
can
we
we use
could, but
CVB to process our payroll? I would. Oh. And then the other one that we are asking for is the same problem that we have in our purchasing department, is that
That's in
we
the
have
other.
grown and we only have 2 people in purchasing that generate purchase orders, and we have multiple departments that generate tons and tons of purchase orders, so we always get backed up there, so
Is-
those were the,
Is there not a way to automate that
Mhm.
system?
as far as like, no, because it requires a lot of review, like there are a lot of requirements in order for us to follow our purchasing procurement policy and the state law. There has to be somebody reviewing to ensure that everything is in alignment with our purchasing policy.
On that, and I only mention this because I was told this, there is a very well-known bank that's local that's been using AI to do,
Why not?
to do all the initial checks. And it's been helping their loan officers like push out a lot of that. Because what you do is you upload our policies into it, and then it compares our policies to that.
Sergio's gonna look into it.
Yeah. Because it then just alleviates a lot of y'all's workload, right? It bounces things back if it's not complying, notifies the person, hey, this is why.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the costs.
We're looking to upgrade our accounts payable system. We need $300,000 for this. And it has AI on it.
So I actually. Sit down. Okay, so I actually was looking into this just recently, and I think I talked to Gabe a little bit about it, about there's a way for us to utilize AI and for it to, ensure that it's safe and it's only within the city, and you have, kind of like what you mentioned, upload all of our policies, the charter, everything that's local to the city, and then only city staff has access to that. And I think, building out that infrastructure may save us a lot of money in terms of time. So I did get some kind of a proposal. I'll send it to Mark and to Gabe, just for y'all's review, take a look at it, and then if it's something that you're interested in, then maybe we can look into it to see how we can get that done. I think that if there's anything that you can automate, you're going to need a person, obviously, to review it at the end. But what we're talking about is making sure that if there is a way that AI can help in terms of getting it ready for that review, that's what's taking up all of the time. So if we can invest in that, I think that it'll pay for itself
We can
quickly.
definitely look at those options.
Yeah.
Said they used Claude.
Yeah, and it's not $300,000, sir. So yeah, I think, and then it's really interesting because they have like I guess like an agent, right? You tell it what it is that you want it to do, and
They built it out.
It's kind of like ChatGPT and Claude.
Correct.
Gemini.
but it would be
Specific for the city.
specific and secure for the city. Yeah. All right. So
So in total, of course, the finance one would be in the general fund. This one would be out of one of the internal service funds.
and there's money in there for that.
They generate their own money because they charge a 15%. So there is money in there. That's where that one would come out of.
For that position.
So they charge each department 15%, like a processing fee.
Right.
It's kind of expensive when you look at it. but it's-
It is, but
yeah.
But if you could streamline that.
because it includes purchasing and materials warehouse. So the materials warehouse is the one that generates the 15% from each department.
Okay.
So just to recap, it's 45 positions in general fund, 45 reclassifications, and 12 positions in the other funds.
And so does the golf course have money for its positions?
No.
I mean, they're not making money yet.
I'm just, we know the answer to that, Jeff. It was for the,
It's because we'll be staying open for the lights, the range will be open, so we'll need somebody to be picking up balls, somebody to be selling range balls to people, and snacks and beer and stuff like that.
These are part-time positions, right?
Yes, they're all part-time.
Why do we have benefits assigned to them?
I think the benefits is, Robert, is that from their retirement that they get,
Oh, for
they take the
TMRS?
7%.
TMRS, okay. That makes sense, yeah.
At the city, at the county, we work different. In the city, part-timers get retirement?
If they reach a certain amount of hours.
I think they take it out no matter what.
No,
Well,
we don't always take it out of everybody.
But mine,
They have to reach a certain amount of hours.
okay, mine pretty much do.
All right. Okay. Any other questions from Commission?
Yes, I have a question if you don't mind.
Sure. Commissioner Morales?
Going back to page 22, the internal auditor. She's been asking for some support for the past 2 or 3 years since she's been there. Are we finally gonna give her some help, Gabe?
That's up to the commission to decide that. Is she here? No.
Okay. Maybe we can look at it at the next meeting and have San Juana kind of address the commission.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right.
So going forward, I don't know if you want me to go through the rest of the slides. There's maybe one that I need to go through, but all of the other information on these slides are based on the tax rate, the 1/10 of a cent that we've calculated. So if you want to wait to go over these when we actually get the amounts.
Yes. So what I was going to ask you to do is, since we don't have a tally here, and we have gone through pretty much everything so far, if you can total that for us, so that way the commission has an idea of what that figure looks like.
Sure.
And then we can look at what each of our tax rates in terms of revenue.
Okay.
And then kind of go from there.
I could send it to you before our next meeting.
Okay.
If we could just go to page 33 real quick.
Yeah, that's the one I want to go through. It's just
That
where
one?
that funding is.
Okay. I want to cover just the hot fund real quick.
Okay.
I am recommending that we give the Birding Festival an additional $20,000. They want to hire a part-timer to have on staff year-round to answer calls, to try to attract birding here year-round. And so that would take them from 80 to 100,000.
Is that necessary, you think?
Well, it,
That's on the hotel motel side.
yeah, it's on the
Hot
hotel
funds.
motel side. And they do generate a lot of revenue for the city on the hot fund whenever they have their festival. And that would be at the Chamber of Commerce, and they would be here, that person would be available throughout the year. Maybe not Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Obviously, it's only 20,000, but available to help during some of the peak birding visits. So, and they really think that this could help perhaps get them to have a second, smaller birding festival during the year. So that might be a possibility.
What would they do?
Just answer calls about birding. And I'm not sure if it would, because really there are no other birding festivals in the valley except ours. There may be smaller ones, but nothing quite as big as ours. And so they would just talk about the seasons when the birds come through here and what types of birds may be seen at certain types of the year.
Could we not have Cassandra's department answer those types of questions?
A marketing person, that's what I was thinking.
Can we get Cassandra?
So recently, I was asked to be on the Birding Festival core team, and I went to one of their meetings, and they're in desperate need of marketing. So I kind of been taking that under my wing as of right now. I feel like I need a little more time to review what they're working on to see how we can help them instead of just kind of giving them this $20,000.
No, what we're talking about is your new role
My new person.
and your secretary helping.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they could answer questions on birding. I don't know to what depth, right? Like, I don't know if they would know exactly, like, we have an overview of what kind of birds we have in the city of Harlingen. We know the hot spots. I have a birding guide in the city of Harlingen. On my website, we have birding information. So I'm sure they would be able to answer basic questions on birding and the festival itself.
No, this would be year-round, not just the festival.
Yeah, because that information is available all year round. We do also place ads year round on marketing for birding for the city of Harlingen as well.
Yeah,
So
I just-
our department
Yeah.
could probably help now that we have an extra person.
That's what I'm thinking, just because, I mean, I agree that they bring in a lot. I've gone and seen, and I think we did a tour
Yeah.
this last time, and they do a fantastic job, and if we could create another one, that'd be even better. But I think that we already have CVB, and we're gonna add a person, and if they can just, if you're already having those,
Yeah,
that
we already have the
communication.
information on them, and like I said, now that I'm on the core team, I could probably just get more information that we could relay to people asking questions on birding in Harlingen.
And I think we'd have a bigger platform too, so if she wanted to
Correct.
market and things, if you're gonna get somebody to start from scratch and it's a part-timer, it'll be really hard to kind of get really that traction when they already have that established.
Yeah, we have, like I said, birding guides, information on birding on the website. When they come in, we try to like talk to them about where to go and what to do. And birding is one of those attractions.
Okay.
Okay.
Excuse me, I need to interject here. The lady who's the director of this, can she ask, can we talk to her next week or at the next meeting? Budget workshop?
You're talking about Sue Griffin?
Sue's
Yes.
not in
Thank
you.
charge
No,
anymore. Her name is
Sue-
Irma.
Yeah, well, Sue stepped down. So now I think it's David Scheibe that's taking on.
The new director, her name is Irma. I don't remember her last name, but I'm sure she would probably like to talk to you about what that. I could give you her email if you'd like.
I think what
If she
Commissioner
would-
Morales is asking is if she can come to our workshop. I'm not sure if that's, I mean,
We're not going to change, we're going to drop the funding back to the 80, so
yeah.
they're not going to.
Is there some specific information that you were wanting from her that maybe Cassandra can try to gather that information, Commissioner?
It's not the information. I know they've done a heck of a good job in bringing in people from all over the world for our birding festival. So I'm more in favor of, instead of just the 20,000, can we do a little bit more? That's what I'm leaning toward, not cutting it.
Okay, well, I think given that this is what's before us now, I think that we can keep it at this and see if there's, if they grow to another festival, then obviously we put some more support behind it. But the request was for some specific information, specific to marketing and answering calls.
Yeah, the issue though, thinking about this, I apologize, is then what are they gonna do with their space at the chamber? Hypothetically, they save it.
They don't.
They don't have a space right now.
They
We
just
don't
have
have
a sign, but there's nobody there.
The chamber would give them like a booth to have a phone and just answer calls from there.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then would we move the sign to the DID building?
I don't think they necessarily need it. I think that it's the, hypothetically, right? If you have someone that's interested, the idea is that those people are calling from somewhere else. They're not seeing the sign. They're going to the website and they're saying, we want more information. And then they're going to find that information, call Cassandra's department, and then she'll answer. Or they send an email. It just needs to have more information on how to obtain that on the website that they already have. And on their socials, they already share a ton of stuff on the birding festival. So I think that we're fine in that regard. All right.
That's the only thing I had. Robert,
Thank
did you
you.
have something?
Thanks.
Okay.
Slide I was gonna go over.
Okay.
And the other thing is the facility improvements at the museum, with the back room having the issues it's having, and then the house, the hospital that is collapsing. Alexis, are you here? What's going on at the hospital? I know that Commissioner Gomez and I did a tour with you and Chris about like 9 months ago or so, it seems.
Yeah, so we have gotten a structural engineer to go out and assess the hospital. The hospital is over 100 years old, as far as also to the Lonsey Hill building and the HEB Historic Building, which is fairly new to our new exhibit there. The HEB Historic Building needs a new roof, and the hospital itself needs a new roof, stabilization, and everything you can ask for the hospital. It's deteriorating pretty bad. We just got a estimate on at least stabilizing with the brackets underneath the hospital to at least hold the walls together, and that is covering around $20,000. And then from there, it's a whole new roof too. Could estimate around 40 to 60 grand for the hospital. So in order for us to make sure that the exhibits that people are coming to visit at the museum are being sustained and open, like the hospital right now it's not open halfway because of the stabilization of the hospital. So with that, I mean, a lot of our buildings are deteriorating and we need to rehab them. They are landmarks, state landmarks too, so we need to keep up with the maintenance of the buildings.
So what was your question?
My question is that we need to do facility maintenance, right? Which is a new roof, because the back room where the HEB Center is, that's where I remember you telling us, right? You have the wagons and the cotton and all that.
That's our new exhibit. Mhm.
Correct. Whenever it rains, there's a lot of water coming in there, and then the hospital as well. And so we've been looking for grants, but because that building was moved, that is having issues.
Yeah, same thing for the Lonsey Hill home. We can't really apply for any grants because they were both relocated to a new location. They're not still at their original location.
So Alexis, ma'am?
Go ahead.
This has to be a grant, or can we get somebody to donate work? The services and work.
Yeah, we can gladly accept donations. I know the Museum Association, the group of volunteers that are there have already done a lot of donations to the museum as far as building upkeep, not only for the buildings, but the actual lobby itself, which is owned by the city. And they help, support and give us a lot of donations. I mean, based on the $60,000 that we get already from Hotel Motel Fund, I only have $500 in advertising to do for the museum. So with the help of Keep Harlingen Beautiful too, they just did a new digital sign for us and it just got installed today. That's gonna draw a lot of traffic into the museum. So we just need to make sure our exhibits are upkept.
This has the Rotary written all over it. This is maybe a project that I know both of you are part of the Rotary, right? Maybe this is a project that you guys can, kind of push to them a little bit, because they're really good at helping out with the city. So I think this would be something might want to do. Fundraise.
Good idea.
The Taste of Harlingen also does bring in some investment, right, to upkeep the buildings, but the RGV Museum Association is the one that does that fundraising event. It's not hosted by the city. We just host it there at the facilities, but they're the ones that do the Taste of Harlingen. We get the restaurants to come to the museum, support the museum courtyard too. Keep Harlingen Beautiful has been helping with all that as well, getting new trash cans. We improved lighting there at the courtyard, so that way we can help also rent the facility out for these events.
So we've never had anybody look at it and see how much it'll cost to fix these.
We're doing it in phases. So right now it's just about stabilization of the hospital. And so with that, the cost was at 20. We did get a roof estimate, but it's already kind of like a dead estimate. We need to go out and get a new one. But I can probably estimate around $40, $60? That's about $80,000 just for the Harlingen Hospital. And then we also have on top of that the HEB Historic Building.
So, just a couple questions. How much do you get from the Taste of Harlingen that goes back into the improvements on average?
It just depends on the actual, the Museum Association is the one that kind of says, okay, this year it's going to go towards the hospital's roof, right? So they have already allocated $20,000 for the roof.
So it's 20,000 on average a year?
Yes.
That you get, okay. And have you approached HEB to see if they'd want to help?
I asked our museum manager to start that already initiation, so we're going through the process, right, of going through the application and so forth. I know they've helped with signage when we did the ribbon cutting for the HEB historic building. They've done some investment into the building itself, but we haven't gone to ask for any more.
But you're already starting to do that? Okay, fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
What about trying to get more than 20,000 to give some support to the museum board through the city museum board to kind of work together to try to bring some more life back into that? Because it used to have so many people that would attend, and it seems like year after year kind of gets a little, there's less and less people attending and less of the restaurants participating. So is there a way that maybe we can support them so that way there's more monies that are drawn into the museum?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the Museum Association just does a ballpark estimate, right, of how much they're going to give to us at 20,000. We keep asking and keep asking and keep asking for more and more and more. It just all depends too on, this is their event. It's not a city event, so I can't really justify like, oh, I need 40 grand, you know, can you give me an additional 20? My museum board does not have any jurisdiction on any type of funding. They don't approve or deny any funding that comes through our board. They just, you know, we just keep them updated and let them know about attendance counts, our marketing that we've been doing, any upcoming programs, exhibits. That's all we kind of share with our museum board.
I wonder if there's a way to do another fundraiser then, maybe if it's not the same one, just.
We are already looking into next year, but we don't have money, right, to do a summer program, right, for the kids and stuff, so that way we can start charging, you know, have different types of seminars and stuff. Or I think we also wanted to do like an after-hours museum tour, right, at nighttime. And it was like a museum tour at night. And you would buy a ticket and you would be able to, you know, do some types of fundraising. But there's options there. It's just funding. We don't have that to do. I don't have an events account for the museum for me to start doing those fundraising activities.
Something we wanted to do was have an event where it's like a monthly, like cocktail hour at the museum, where you would have a local professor come and talk about a different.
Like an oral history, cocktail hour.
The idea, back when I was living in Houston, they would have speakers go to different, like a bar, and they would teach you how to like do the things that you didn't know how to do, like what's it called? Fold a fitted sheet. Right, and that became like a big thing where they were teaching you like these life skills. What it's become now, what it's morphed to is you're gonna have like an astronomy professor say, hey, this is what's going on in the universe, right? And you have that event and it brings people down there. And so it's how do we activate the space? And if we can't activate it, if the roof is leaking, right? And is that, Chris, is this gonna be part of the Scheibe thing?
No, it's not, sir.
So then the building, the facility itself is just deteriorating literally every time it rains.
I just, you know, I look at the museum, and I've spoken with some of the folks at the Genealogical Society, and looking at, you know, at the exhibits, I don't see a lot that represents a lot of this community. So is there a way to add exhibits and get some, I mean, we got a lot of history in our community, and maybe some of those families would want to participate if there was an exhibit that, you know, reflect our history.
And
Which I love that, because I've been talking to Kristen Lucky.
Yes.
And Kristen Lucky has this idea of having an event where you highlight local families. So you're gonna talk about the Lopeses, and you know, the Lopeses came into Harlingen whatever year. This is the contributions they've made through the city, and then you would be given like a little, like a plaque, and you could also donate things to the museum to show a certain aspect of it, right? So like my dad grew up on South L Street, and that part, because it was the west side of the railroad tracks, was considered the Latino part of Harlingen. There's that, but then you also have parts like the families that came and started Harlingen, or the Lozanos, or whomever. It's whoever's families come and contributed to Harlingen, that's something we're looking at. And I think.
It
we
was
look
called
at-
Founder's Day back then. It was, based upon, the founder, right, Lon C. Hill, and then the families that carried through the creation of the event. They used to have a wagon that would do Pan de Campo, and like families would be able to come out and, kind of share their stories. But we do have an upcoming exhibit for Hispanic Heritage Month that the genealogy is putting together. I think this point on, when I oversee the museum back in November, kind of all the exhibits were already ready, were already booked, right, for the rest of the year. My museum manager is now booking for 2027, and we're already almost done. We did get a grant for a Mexican fiestas for next year. That was $1,000 that was granted to us. So we'll be featuring a statewide exhibit of Mexican fiestas, exhibit. So we're trying to expand in different types of programming and exhibits for the museum, and something that you guys don't typically see, right? When you used to go to the museum, now you're going to see it in a different element with, what we are bringing to the museum.
I agree, because I think, kind of to the mayor's point, I agree. I think the Latino contribution has been kind of ignored a little bit from Harlingen's history. And I think that if we bring that out more, you're going to have more buy-in from the community, because, it's Latino, and we did have a major role in it, and we are the majority. And I think we need to celebrate that a little bit more.
Yeah, I think what the exhibits that we have currently, they've been ongoing for years and years and years, right? Based upon previous leadership and previous, it's been an association-run museum. I would just have to say that. Now that I came in here, the city hasn't really said much. So with your guys' support and advocacy to help me get there, I would love to bring in new types of exhibits and promote the heritage that we have here in Harlingen.
I know that I had talked to the museum board probably 2 years ago about, and there was some interest from, some of the members that volunteer their times to have like these pláticas instead of, that's great, professors, and I think that's nice and trendy, and I think it'll bring in a lot of people, but also those conversations with the folks that really know our history, and having those conversations and talking about our, because when you walk into the museum and you go into the Lon C. Hill home, it's all great, but what about the history, what really happened during that time? And having people have those conversations and teaching the younger generation how we can still have these exhibits, but we can also appreciate the history around it that wasn't necessarily captured in what the exhibit reflects. And I think that young girl, Saldana, I think it is.
Oh, yes.
I think she's got
Great
her
story.
Great stories. You could start with her.
Yeah.
And talking about those families that really that are unknown, because there's going to be the families that everybody knows in the community that have this legacy, but I think when we're talking about the history, the people that built this community, we have very, very limited time left to be able to do that.
We do have the Bobo House at the very back that we can renovate and make that our Hispanic heritage exhibit.
That needs a lot.
I
of
know,
work.
but it's just sitting there, and it's not doing much.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's a beautiful,
Mayor?
building.
Yes, Commissioner.
Alexis, going back to the HEB application that you started, was that at regional level, do you know? And was it only for the historic building?
It was only for the HEB historic building. I did want to get like new signage and new, make it look a little bit more vibrant and beautiful. New roof. I did put the new roof on there. So it was at a regional level.
And it was only at regional level, that
It's
application?
what the donation application, I just send it out. I put where we're from, I put the organization and what the requested amount of
May
necessities.
I help you with that a
Yeah.
little bit more? I'd like to go to corporate level.
Yes, let's do it.
Thank you. Well, let's get in touch tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, sir.
So the metrics that follow the museum on a monthly basis, the numbers have grown almost every single month. traveling exhibits that they're having. Angie has done an amazing job doing tours with the HCISD. And so there's a lot more traffic going through the museum, but, you know, if we don't keep up with the maintenance, we're gonna lose what we currently have, right? I know this might not happen this year, but I think we can do it in phases, and then maybe get donations and do other things. It's an amazing museum. Just with the signage that got placed today, I went by and I saw it, and it's amazing. You guys gotta go look at it. It's
Yeah.
gonna make a big difference.
I think that's great. I think another thing you probably need to reach out to is once we get the new director at the airport, I mean, I'd like to see some, you know, people are coming into our community, they're driving right by, and if we could have some kind of advertisement there of the
Angie's
museum.
already working on that. We want to designate a wall towards our history, right, of maybe an exhibit in the airport itself, kind of gathering everybody to go to the museum. Most of our traffic is from the airport. They have delays, they have flight
Sure.
delays, and they just find somewhere to walk, you know, comfortably, and we're right there.
And they have a lot of, and the other thing about this location, about reactivating it or activating it, is they have a lot of traveling exhibits, right? So like the Smithsonian has a traveling exhibit that I think came to Brownsville recently. There was another one in Brownsville I thought was fantastic, and what it was a boxcar that was designed to look like the ones that took the Jewish population to Auschwitz and to those concentration camps. And so these are the things that we really want to be promoting. And I love both of y'all's ideas, but we have to have the location and we have to have the facilities, right? Regardless of what we put in it, whatever it looks like, I think, to your point, there's so many layers to our culture, so many layers to what Harlingen is, like lasagna, right? That I think, there you go, New Yorker. That I think we can really make the space popping, but we have to put in.
I'm not disagreeing in terms of the maintenance, I'm just saying, you know, if we're gonna do this, we're gonna put in this investment that, you know, it has been there for a very, very long time, and these repairs, you know, have been needed, and it hasn't been prioritized, and it's, you know, that didn't happen overnight, and now we're gonna, you know, invest, which is fine. But I think that community deserves to have, you know, just some representation.
Yeah, and I think there's just like so many cool ways that this place can be like, you know, we could put a children's wing in there, children's museum wing in there. We can do so much, but
Agree. Yep.
let's do it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right.
So, to that point, which slide is it? I saw it on page 33, right?
That's the only slide we have that deals with hot funds.
Okay, so, well, for the next one, the next meeting,
What were you trying to do?
the maintenance, the roof and all that.
But you don't have a set amount.
Correct, that's why it needs to be put on for the next agenda.
Right.
Robert, if you could also get us the fund balance for the hot funds.
Yes. That one is, that's on page 34.
On page what?
34.
Oh, the next one.
That's the second one, the Fund 105. It's projected at 5.6 million
5.6 million?
by the end of 2027.
Okay.
We're starting with 4.6.
Have you already set aside the funds they've allocated for, I think they allocated
New position?
$1 million for Casa del Sol?
It's all in that 5.6, but I can show it.
No, we need to take that out,
Okay, 1 million.
because that's already been committed. And then, well, I'll get together with you.
Yeah, we can work on that tomorrow.
What is the Lancia Hill Memorial Library?
It's this,
That's the Public Library Foundation sponsorship or
Our donations account.
donations.
Oh, that's just the name.
Over year to year to year.
Okay. Okay, any other questions from the commission? All right, Okay, so, going to cancel, the next workshop, because
Yes, ma'am.
we're not ready.
Yes, ma'am.
Reschedule, hold the commission, and then, if you can start working on that number, see what that looks like. I'm curious, if you can,
I'll
even if
forward
you
it
can
to you all
provide it,
ahead
yeah,
of time.
beforehand, so that way we can take a look at that.
And I will have a live, I'll try and put it together a live spreadsheet so that we can have it there. And I will add Commissioner Pettis's slide on the sponsorships.
Okay. Yeah, so that way, once we plug in the real numbers, and then we're looking at what that number looks like, depending on what the recommendation is and
Yes.
what the commission wants to adopt, then we need to make sure that those two numbers jive.
Okay.
And then we cut from there, right?
Okay, understood.
All right, then that's all we have. If no one else has any questions, we are adjourned. Thank you to the staff for coming out.